I accord a warm welcome to each one of you. A special mention for His Excellency Mr. Jean-Henri Ceant, Prime Minister of the Republic of Haiti, 2018 to 2019. As we gather here today in the spirit of unity, progress, and hope, I stand before you, Honorable Chief Justices and esteemed dignitaries, with a heartfelt plea, a plea not just from an individual, but one echoed by billions across the globe, yearning for peace, equity, and a brighter future. The world we share is at a crossroads. Divisions based on borders, ideologies, and interests have led to conflicts, crises, and inequities. But amidst this disarray, there is a beacon of hope, and the hope is you. Yes, you, the custodians of justice and the architects of law. In your hands lie the power to shape a fairer and more harmonious world, not just for one nation, for the entire humanity. We look forward to you leading the way towards better global governance, a governance built not on discord, but on cooperation, not on dominance, but on mutual respect. The challenges we face today, climate change, conflicts, economic disparity, rapid evolution of technology, and much more, are not confined by borders. They are global crises, and their solutions demand nothing less than a global response. Your esteemed selves, Honorable Chief Justices and esteemed dignitaries, hold a unique power, the ability to bridge the gap between ideals and actions, between laws and justice, between nations and humanity. The world needs your leadership now, more than ever, to create the governance we so desperately require, a governance rooted in equity, sustainability, and unity. As we gather for this momentous occasion, our hearts are filled with gratitude and reverence for the visionary, our most respected Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, sir. Though respected sir is no longer with us in person, his ideals, dreams, and unwavering commitment to world peace and unity remain deeply embedded in our hearts, and his vision continues to guide us. His tireless efforts remind us of the power of one individual's belief in humanity's collective potential. Respected Sir's legacy is not just a memory. It is a call to action. So let us honor him by carrying forward his mission for peace, justice, and unity, ensuring that his dream of a more harmonious world lives on in our efforts and decisions. Let us support his endeavor, which is being taken forward by our esteemed founder director, respected Dr. Mrs. Bharti Gandhi, and also our respected manager and convener of the conference, respected Professor Geeta Gandhi Kington, ma'am. Before we embark on critical discussions, let us take a moment to reflect and seek guidance. Let us align our hearts, minds, and spirits with a higher purpose that brings us together, the purpose of justice, unity, and the betterment of all humanity. As we prepare to delve into the dialogue of transformation, I invite you to join me in a moment of prayer and silent contemplation, a prayer for the wisdom to create solutions that are fair and inclusive, leaving no one behind, a prayer for the courage to rise above borders, differences, and self-interests to prioritize the greater good, a prayer for the strength to uphold the principles of justice even in the face of adversity, a prayer for the generations to come, so that they may inherit a world of peace, equality, and prosperity. Let us pause for a moment to reflect on our shared responsibility, and may this prayer inspire us to take bold and meaningful steps towards a brighter and unified future. Over to the children of Aliganj Campus 1 for the school prayer. I request all of you to please rise for the school prayer. You may please take your seats. Thank you, dear children of Aliganj Campus 1, for the melodious rendition of the school prayer. The serene and spiritual ambience filled our hearts with peace and gratitude and brought us closer to God. As we discuss the critical issues of global peace and governance, it is essential to remember that the decisions we make today will shape the world for the next generation. Who better to remind us of what is at stake than the very voices of that future, our children? They are not just the inheritors of our actions, but also the architects of tomorrow. Their dreams, ideas, and perspectives can inspire us to think beyond limitations and work towards a world of unity, justice, and peace. Today, we are privileged to witness a special presentation prepared by the students of this esteemed institution. These young minds have come together to share their vision for climate change and sustainable development, a vision shaped by hope, innovation, and a belief in humanity's collective potential. With great pride and anticipation, I invite these bright young leaders of tomorrow to come forward and present their thoughts to the distinguished audience. Let us warmly welcome them to the stage as they inspire us with their vision and commitment. Can we please welcome them with a huge round of applause?
Thank you so much, ma'am. Good morning and Jai Jagat to one and all gathered over here. We in the 21st century are facing a tangled set of challenges that are all interconnected and reinforcing each other. We as concerned individuals are gathered over here to address these problems, such as environmental degradation that is limiting our resource availability, economic hardships that is limiting our capacity to address these problems, climate changes that are a result of large-scale deforestation and gaseous emissions that is constantly threatening the human society. Aggravating political instabilities and social vulnerabilities are creating food disparities, large-scale deforestations, displacements, poverty that is also affecting the natural resources in the form of soil degradation, ocean acidification, overexploitation to fulfill the human needs. Thus, to establish a sustainable and a resilient future, we need to address these problems effectively.
Implementation of SDGs are led by nations which need to come together through financial and technological commitment, along with policy alignment. All sectors of the society must come together and contribute on their individual level, along with contribution among various social sectors and governments. Working according to the Addis Ababa Action Agenda will fulfill our goals in financial flows, and nations will come together in managing resources and promoting global institutions. Climate change has adversely affected the most vulnerable and poorest nations, despite they contribute the least in it. Solutions to climate change must focus on promoting global equity and helping these nations adapt and recover.
Civil society plays a vital role in implementing commitments made in the UN intergovernmental agreements by promoting accountability, raising awareness, and advocating for inclusive policies. NGOs, grassroots movement, and community organizations help bridge the gap between citizens and government by ensuring that global commitments are reflected in local actions. They also provide valuable insights, monitor progress, and encourage stakeholder participation, which make the implementation process more transparent, inclusive, and effective at achieving long-term goals.
The judiciary plays a crucial role in promoting sustainable development by upholding non-discriminatory laws and policies. Goal 16 is about promoting peaceful and inclusive societies, providing access to justice for all, and building effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. It ensures equal access to justice, protects marginalized communities, and enforces legal frameworks that support environmental protection, social equity, and economic inclusions. People everywhere should be free of fear from all forms of violence and feel safe as they go about their lives. By interpreting and applying the law fairly, courts strengthen the foundations for an inclusive, sustainable development and a long-term societal progress.
Judicial rulings can highlight gaps in legislation, prompting the policymakers to create laws that are more equitable and sustainable. In some jurisdictions, the implementation of policies can be done by ensuring that they align with non-discriminatory principles. Courts may hear cases brought by individuals challenging discriminatory policies, thereby shaping legal policies. Judicial leaders can engage with policymakers to advocate for policies that enhance human rights and sustainable development. Courts can initiate in practices so that the marginalized communities also have a voice in policy formulation. Judiciary can take initiatives in which the policymakers are educated about the importance of sustainable development and non-discriminatory principles. Through these avenues, judiciary not only enforces existing laws, but also actively shapes policies which foster equity and also sustainable development throughout the world. We call upon the world judiciary to be greater involved in sustainable development and non-discrimination, which can be manifested in the mentioned ways. Thank you.
Thank you, dear children, for raising awareness about critical issues. You have reminded us of the power of youth, innovation, and collaboration in shaping a more sustainable world. The presentation was a testament to your belief in the cause of world peace, and we appreciate the passion and resolve you bring to making a difference. Thank you once again. And now, yes, they do deserve a huge round of applause. Thank you. And now I would like to invite our esteemed panelists on the stage. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Hong Tao Zi, President, Federation of World Peace and Love, FOPAL. His Excellency, Mr. Jean Henry Ceant, Prime Minister of the Republic of Haiti, 2018 to 2019. His Excellency, Mr. Jagannath Sami, High Commissioner, Fiji Islands at New Delhi. Honorable Mr. Justice Bheki Mafa, Chief Justice, the Superior Court of Judicature, Kingdom of Eswatini. Can we please put our hands together for our esteemed dignitaries? Honorable Mr. Justice Mato Arlovic, Vice President, Constitutional Court, Croatia. And Dr. Sunita Gandhi, President, Council for Global Education. And now I would like to invite our esteemed dignitary, Dr. Hong Tao Zi, President, Federation of World Peace and Love, FOPAL, for his address. We welcome you, sir.
Dear Mrs. Gandhi, Conference Chair, Professor Gita Gandhi Kingdom, Dr. Gupta, principals, teachers, and students of CMS, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. 首先，本人由衷感佩甘地先生终身为学校、为印度、为世界的奉献，很高兴在今年第25届全球首席大法官会议，也见证了 Professor Gita Gandhi Kingdom 承传甘地先生伟大的教育愿景，展现新时代的活力，继续坚持为具有良心、爱及世界观的教育而努力。今日大家有缘共聚一堂，期盼大家团结同心，共同创造爱与和平的祥和世界，让印度以及全世界各地的人民生活安乐。在过去几年间，我们看到破坏地球的黑暗力量，无论是自然界的火灾、干旱、洪水、飓风、地震、病毒，以及人心贪欲、仇恨所制造的一场又一场的残酷的战争，正加速扩张与串联，导致全球毁灭性的危机。天灾、战乱造成的死亡数字背后，就是一个个家庭的破碎， 及长远的后遗症与潜在的威胁，世界崩坏的速度及规模加剧，更提醒我们要加速开发、推广正向善良的能量与作为，这是我们共同的责任。世界挚爱和平总会从2014年开始推动良心时代运动，2018年开始和许多国家共同推动联合国国际良心日，进一步促成2019年7月25日在第73届联合国大会期间，联大会通过用爱与良心促进和平文化的决议文，宣告每年的4月5日为国际良心日，鼓励各国与民间组织不分种族、性别、语言和宗教信仰，共同推广人类良心的价值，促进世人团结以达和平愿景。至今已获得许多良善的回响。良心启动愿力引动善行，善行将带领人民远离痛苦与灾难，重回幸福与善良的世界。有了远大的目标，需要行动。这个桥梁带我们走到幸福的未来。世界挚爱和平总会将持续与各方好朋友携手前行，鼓励世人的良心与愿力，共同为自己、为他人、为世界的安全与永续发展付诸行动，汇聚团结的力量，让和平愿力终能成真。诚挚的邀请在座的所有人一起加入这个行列，让爱与良心成为生活及生命中最重要的行动准则。每天以虔诚的心尽心祈福及自省，我们才能在行动中创造善良的能量，共同努力让世界远离天灾人祸，走向和平永续的未来。祝甘地夫人，祝 Professor Sunita Gandhi Kingdom 及所有为学校奉献的老师们，也祝所有朋友平安喜满、善缘广布、良心善行、福泽祸事。谢谢各位 ，Thank you。Thank you all. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to invite Professor Sunita Gandhi Kingdom to the front stage. Dr. Hong, today we are honored to present Professor Sunita Gandhi Kingdom with the World Education Contribution Award for her exceptional dedication to advancing educational quality, equality, and reform. Under her leadership, City Montessori School has set new standards in inclusive education, inspiring progress in education policy worldwide. Under her inspiring leadership, City Montessori School has become a model for educational excellence and inclusion, winning multiple national awards. Her dedication to making education accessible to students from all backgrounds is a powerful example of the impact one individual can have on society. Her efforts in education reform and policy have fostered international collaboration and have helped shape global standards in education. Her research highlights the vital connection between educational quality and economic growth, emphasizing education as a cornerstone of social progress and stability. Through her work, she has influenced policies, advanced international cooperation, and improved opportunities for countless young people. Dr. Hong, on behalf of Full Pal, presents this award in recognition of her impactful contribution. Professor Gita Gandhi Kingdom, congratulations. And now we would also want to invite a very special person up to the stage, Dr. Bharati Gandhi. I believe, if she's here. Dr. Hong would like to celebrate our long-lasting friendship and express our deepest gratitude. Dr. Hong wishes to present a special gift called Fu Lu Chen Xiang Hu Lu. Well, if Dr. Bharati Gandhi isn't here, then we would have Professor Gita Gandhi Kingdom to bring it to her. Thank you very much. This gift symbolizes blessing and prosperity coming to the world, good fortune and abundant harmony, and our warmest wishes for lasting happiness and success. We send our deepest blessing to you, our dear friend. It stands as a testament to our enduring bond. May our friendship last forever and continue to inspire for a brighter future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful words. Children, did you witness the power of friendship and respect? The aura has changed. When our esteemed manager received the award, I could see smiles in the auditorium. I could see the heart speaking that yes, we can collaborate with love and make a change in the world. Do you agree with me? So this tells us about the impact of anything that is done with love and appreciation. So can we have a huge round of applause for whatever we have witnessed? And I also take this opportunity to announce that one of our esteemed panelists is our very own esteemed manager and also the convener of this conference, respected Gita Gandhi Kingdom. Can we have a huge round of applause for respected ma'am? Thank you, respected ma'am, for being an inspirational visionary, and we appreciate you treading on the path of world peace and unity. And now I would like to invite His Excellency, Mr. Jean Henry Ceant, Prime Minister of the Republic of Haiti, 2018 to 2019. We welcome you, respected sir.
Good morning, everybody. I don't know if I have a translator. No? Thank you. No, I don't know. I don't have a translator because my speech is in French. No? Yes. I had him yesterday. He did it well. Avant de commencer, je voudrais prendre un petit temps pour remercier tous ceux-là qui nous ont accompagné dans cette belle aventure.
I want first to thank all the people who accompany in this beautiful journey.
J'avais des doutes de pouvoir venir cette année parce qu'il y a un changement de gouvernement dans mon pays.
I had doubt to my allowance to come at this edition of the summit because there was a government change in my country, Haiti.
Le devoir m'avait donc appelé chez moi,
The duty called me home,
mais j'ai cru que j'avais une obligation d'être ici pour deux raisons.
I understood I had obligation to be here for two reasons.
Premièrement, pour accompagner la famille éplorée par le départ de ce grand monsieur Jagdish Gandhi.
First, to accompany my family mourning for the Dr. Gandhi.
Mais surtout, par curiosité, parce que j'avais des doutes qu'on aurait pu réussir cette conférence cette année.
And mostly because I was thinking we could make this conference this year great.
Agréablement surpris, je crois que je dois demander à tout le monde, particulièrement aux jeunes, d'applaudir Madame Gita Gandhi.
I think I need to ask everyone, and especially youth people, to applaud Mrs. Gandhi.
Elle a réussi le coup, mais je crois quelque part que les enseignements de son père ne sont pas perdus.
She succeeds this edition, and I can see that the legacy of her father is not totally lost.
Je veux aussi prendre le temps de remercier un homme particulier qui nous a toujours accompagnés dans les différentes conférences. Je peux dire qu'il s'agit de l'homme qui a les solutions à tous les problèmes. C'est monsieur Sandip Srivastava, un nom difficile.
Srivastava.
Srivastava.
I want to thank someone very special who was always there for us, Mr. Sandip Srivastava.
Et à travers ça, je remercie toute la famille Gandhi et tous ceux-là, tous les collaborateurs et toutes les collaboratrices qui nous ont permis d'avoir cette belle conférence cette année.
And I am thanking all the Gandhi family who allowed us as collaborators to hold this conference this year.
Je voudrais saluer les autorités qui sont là, les anciens présidents, les anciens premiers ministres, mais je ne pourrai pas citer tous les noms. Je dirai simplement, chers parents, amis de la famille Gandhi.
It's impossible to thank everyone, but I want to thank all the ancient prime minister, ancient presidents, all the godfathers of the Gandhi family.
Le sujet cette année, c'est la gouvernance mondiale, gouvernance globale.
This year, the subject is the world governance, the experimenting, and a global governance, which is a new stage we can improve.
Elle charrie une longue histoire de l'humanité, dominée par les divisions sociales, les guerres mondiales, mots que les progrès techniques et technologiques n'ont su ni pu neutraliser.
It carries a long humanity story dominated by the social divisions, mondial wars, mondial conflicts, and disease that the technical progress and technological progress didn't succeed to neutralize.
Il est curieux de se rendre compte que gouvernance globale, global governance, est la traduction anglaise du terme gouvernance mondiale.
It's strange in the French language to understand that global governance is actually the translation in English of world governance.
Aujourd'hui, que nous réserve la gouvernance mondiale quand on la sait disposer de l'arme nucléaire qui constitue l'épouvantail suprême dans le jeu d'équilibre? Voilà pourquoi elle porte également en elle le grand idéal de quête de paix et les exigences d'une redéfinition globale impliquant le dialogue inclusif, la recherche de la stabilité et de la solidarité à l'échelle planétaire.
Today, what the world governance is making for us when the nuclear weapon is available and the supreme dissuasion is playing the balance between nations. This is why this nuclear weapon carries in itself the great ideal of peace quest and the exigence of a global revision implying an inclusive dialogue, stability research, and solidarity on a planetary scale.
Au terme de bilan de près de 2 siècles, que constatons-nous? 2 guerres mondiales d'où se dégagent des puissances politiques établissant leur hégémonie par les armes perfectionnées et la mise en place, à travers certains accords, d'institutions de domination économique et financière.
After 2 centuries, what do we see? First, 2 world wars from which political powers creating hegemonia towards technological weapons and the establishment through different acts, legal acts, institutions of domination on an economic and financial plan.
La division bipolaire du monde mettant aux prises 2 blocs en confrontation idéologique, entraînant des luttes de pouvoir à tous les niveaux.
The bipolar division of the world, creating 2 camps ideologically and creating power conflicts at every stage.
Mais qu'en est-il du bien-être de l'homme, des sociétés et de l'humanité dans son ensemble?
What about the well-being of human societies and humanity?
S'il y a des principes de gouvernance mondiale inscrits dans la charte des organisations internationales, le bilan de l'état du monde offre des réalités peu enclines à la paix et à la fraternité.
If there is indeed principles written in the international organization charts about the world governance, the results is showing realities which are not really corresponding to the peace and fraternity ideal.
Derrière les mots et les vœux, c'est le prolongement du désastre au niveau du capital humain.
Behind words and vows, this is the continuity of disasters at the human capital stage.
Malgré le narratif construit sur la recherche du bonheur comme toile de fond, l'espace se creuse, faisant place large à la pauvreté, la discrimination, la haine et les guerres larvées entretenues.
Despite this story built on the happiness research as a background for the world, the gap is growing, showing the poverty, discrimination, hate, and wars going on.
Bref, l'avoir prend le pas sur l'être, l'économique sur le social, la quête de la paix se confond avec celle de l'avoir.
In brief, to have overstepped to be, economy overstepped social, and the peace research is meriting with the to have research.
Voyons les choses en face. C'est le règne de l'avoir et la course à la richesse effrénée. Les richesses individuelles s'accumulent démesurément et dans l'indécence, parfois sur la tête d'une personne qui, à elle seule, peut entretenir tout un peuple honni par la misère, tandis que s'approfondit la pauvreté.
Let's face reality. This reign of the verb to have and this race to enrichment, the individual enrichment are growing and growing infinitely, and in an indecent sometimes about only one person who alone can maintain a whole people, a whole country in misery, but from until where the end of the verb to be will go.
La gouvernance globale ne saurait être un concept de plus dans la panoplie des principes appelés à prolonger la route tournant dos à l'être et à ses exigences de solidarité et de bien-être pour tous.
The global governance should not be one more concept in all these concepts created and turning back to this to-be exigence of solidarity and well-being for everyone.
Voyons un peu, prenons le sous-développement et ses critères de définition, chômage, analphabétisme, endettement, taux de natalité élevé, etc. Il y a pays riches, pays industrialisés, pays en voie de développement, pays sous-développés et pays du quart monde. Soyons sérieux. Les mots font plus que mentir. Ils établissent des frontières, creusent des distances entre les peuples, entre les êtres humains.
What is exactly underdevelopment? What is this definition? Workless, analphabetism, endowment, high birth rate, etc. There is rich countries, industrial countries, emerging countries, underdeveloped countries, and third world countries.
Yes. Oui, nous réclamons l'usage d'une nouvelle langue, celle de la vérité, celle de la fraternité à édifier, à construire et à constitutionnaliser. Celle que nous dicte l'article 51 de la Constitution de l'Inde. La gouvernance mondiale responsable.
We're looking for a new language, the language of truth, of fraternity, to build and to constitutionalize. This is the one written in the Article 51 of the Indian Constitution. The world governance must be responsible. This is the way for the human condition to claim the irreversible choice of human being toward the deviance.
Dépassement et dialogue doivent guider la voie. Les conflits de suprématie ne sauraient continuer à orienter les sociétés à la surface de la planète. C'est le temps de la convocation et de la lutte pour le triomphe de l'être. Ce combat, il est en nous, nous le portons.
Overstamping and dialogue must be the way. The supremacy conflicts must not orient societies on this planet. This is time to summon a fight for the triumph of human being. This fight is in ourselves and we carry this fight in us.
La gouvernance globale, l'objectif final, paraît utopique puisque la motivation est axée sur la quête de l'homme vers la paix, l'inclusion, la stabilité, la solidarité entre les humains. À ce compte, elle garantirait le bien-être minimum à tous, sans préjuger de localisation géographique, de couleur, de genre, de classe ou de caste.
The world governance, this final target seems utopic because its motivation is made through the research of peace, inclusion, stability, solidarity between humans. She should guarantee at least the well-being for everyone without discrimination of localization, geographic location, skin color, gender, class, or caste.
Le changement de paradigme à travers le dialogue et le dépassement doit se trouver au cœur de la nouvelle langue d'union, où désormais les problèmes se posent, se discutent et trouvent de bonnes et communes solutions.
The paradigm change through dialogue and overstepping must be found toward a new language of union where now problems are claimed, discussed, and resolved through good and common solutions.
Le capital humain doit toujours prévaloir. Ainsi, s'articule le processus de redéfinition des institutions nationales et internationales, non plus attachées à gérer le désastre par la reproduction d'actes d'exclusion et de discrimination en opposition aux intérêts de l'humanité.
The human capital must be the most important, and as it is the processes of redefinition of national and international institutions, not anymore attached to the disaster of exclusion acts or segregation in opposition of the humanity stakes.
Que l'être investisse les citadelles de l'avoir, le devoir de solidarité s'impose à nous, citoyens et citoyennes du monde.
Okay, we are here. Yeah, okay? But just stop talking here. For the human being to invest the citadel of the verb to have, the duty of solidarity must impose for us citizens of the planet.
Une fois le choix de la fraternité fait, de nouvelles institutions ne tarderont pas à se constituer, engagées à promouvoir l'être social de l'humanité et à servir les intérêts communs de tous les membres de la société.
Once this fraternity choice is made, new institutions will appear, committed to promote the social being of humanity and to serve common interest of every society members.
Agissons et allons vers l'autre, vers les autres. Sinon, il y a grand risque que les propositions de sortie de crise ne portent en elles des menaces et des dangers planétaires plus tragiques que les maux à combattre.
Let's act and let's face each other toward others. Otherwise, risk of exit propositions, a crisis proposition carries itself and threats on planetary scales more tragic than the actual disease we have to face.
Notre temps est celui de l'humain, celui de l'avènement de l'ère nouvelle de la gouvernance supportée par la positive utilisation de l'intelligence artificielle, consacrée à l'unité de l'espèce humaine et de l'individu, à leur épanouissement dans l'égalité et la paix sociale.
Our time is the human one, the one of the new era coming for the world governance, supported by the artificial intelligence and dedicated to the human species unity and individual unity through equality and social peace.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, respected sir, for sharing your valuable thoughts. And I have two very important announcements to make. The first announcement is for the protocol officers. The protocol officers, please note that you can get the interpretation sets for your guests from the counter on the right. And the second announcement is for our honorable participants and esteemed dignitaries. The number of participants in the conference is very large. They have to be provided opportunity for expressing their views, for which they have come from long distances. Therefore, the following humble request may kindly be taken notice of and kindly adhered to. The time for speeches as marked in the program must be adhered to so that all the Honorable Chief Justices, judges, and other participants may get the time allotted for their speeches. English is the official language of the conference. In case the speech is to be delivered in a language other than English, the time allotted must be adhered to. In such a case, any one of the two options can be followed. The speech can be given in a language other than English, and e-copies of the English translation be distributed among the audience via WhatsApp broadcast group, all well as showing the English version on the big LED screens, or only first sentence and last sentence are read out by honorable speaker in that language, and English translation will be read out by the interpreter and also shown on the big LED screens. Thank you very much for your patience hearing. And now I would like to invite our next panelist, Honorable Mr. Baignan Koko Rodrigue Aboa, Director of Documentation and Studies, Supreme Court, Benin, to address the gathering. We welcome you, sir.
Oui, le même texte. Ouais. Bonjour à tous. Je prends la parole au nom du président Victor Dacier-Adossou, président de la Cour suprême du Bénin en Afrique de l'Ouest, pour délivrer un message d'hommage au docteur Jagdish Gandhi. Hommage du président Victor Dacier-Adossou, président de la Cour suprême du Bénin, au regretté docteur Jagdish Gandhi. Respectée Madame Bharti Gandhi, dévouée épouse du fondateur, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs des hautes juridictions du monde, distingués participants, Mesdames et Messieurs, le monde du droit, de la justice et de l'éducation, que dis-je, le vaste monde, en ce début d'année 2024, aura été durement éprouvé par la soudaine et douloureuse disparition du docteur Jagdish Gandhi, ce grand homme, fondateur visionnaire de la conférence qui réunit chaque année, depuis 25 éditions déjà, les sommités et éminents gens de justice autour des idéaux portés par l'article 51 de la Constitution de cette civilisation multimillénaire qu'est l'Inde. D'accord. Je vais lire en anglais, m'a-t-on demandé. Je vous demande donc votre indulgence, puisque je suis purement francophone. the world of law, justice, and education. What can I say? The vast world at the start of 2024 will have been sorely tested by the sudden and painful death of Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, that great man, the visionary founder of the conference, which for the past 25 editions have brought together leading figures and eminent people of justice around the ideals enshrined in Article 51 of the Constitution of the multi-millennial civilization that is India. The Supreme Court of Benin, with a message of circumstance, associated itself with this painful event, which will have constituted the end of the stay on earth on Monday, January 22, 2024, of the world-famous pedagogue, man of goodwill and peace, as well as promoter of concord between the peoples. The president of my country's highest administrative and judicial court had the great honor of receiving from his hand a distinction on the occasion of the 2023 edition, the last to be organized in his lifetime. And so, in the wake of the grief that has struck us and plunged us into horror, I promised myself that on the occasion of the 25th International Conference of World Chiefs of Justice, I will pay a vibrant tribute to the founder of the famous City Montessori School with his... Thank you. With his students here in Lucknow, the emblematic city of this sacred land of Uttar Pradesh. I am sure you will have allowed me, distinguished member of this Aeropagus, to bow before the memory of the illustrious departed once again, and most respectfully, if an insurmountable last-time constraint had not prevented me from being physically present at the world-renowned annual meeting in progress. The delegation I have sent to India on this solemn occasion carries my voice before you at this moment through one of its members. Dear Mrs. Bharti Gandhi, Madam Geeta Gandhi Kingdom, dear friend Sandeep Srivastava, the ardent defender of the unity of peoples and dialogue between religions, the tireless promoter of Article 51 of the Indian Constitution, the founder and principal organizer of the annual summit of the head of World High Court has gone. The life of Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, as it is, will have been a remarkable example of hard work, a model of self-sacrifice in the service of raising future generations for a more united and peaceful world with better educated and more literate citizens. I remain convinced that from where he stands today, he will continue to be a powerful and permanent source of inspiration for all women and men who love justice and are concerned with peace in a world resolutely preoccupied by the future of all the children of the earth. May he continue to ponder his message and perpetuate the ambition he nurtured for his contemporaries during his almost 88 years of existence. Eternal rest, beloved and late Dr. Jagdish Gandhi. Your works as a humble servant of humanity have preceded you into the hereafter. Your spiritual legacy will live on. We've lived on as this 25th conference, the first since your departure, already bears eminent witness. To everyone's satisfaction, you will have played your full part in the advance of the New World Order based on greater justice, equity, security, and peace. Humanity as a whole will remember that a great citizen in the lineage of such famous men as Mahatma, Dr. Nehru, and many others will also have revealed India to the world. I would like to thank you for having listened attentively to the more than deserved tribute that I have been paid to Dr. Jagdish Gandhi of venerated memory. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you, respected sir, for sharing your valuable thoughts with us. And now I would like to invite His Excellency, Mr. Jagannath Sami, High Commissioner, Fiji Islands at New Delhi. Can we please welcome him with a huge round of applause? We welcome you, sir.
Good morning. Ram Ram. Sat Shri Akal. Salaam Alaikum. Namaskar and Ni Sambula. Respected and esteemed speakers on the main dais, Professor Geeta Kingdon, convener of the ICC JW and managers of City Montessori School, academia, students, invited guests, respected judges, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege and an honor to be invited as special guest to the 25th International Conference of Chief Justices of the World and to speak to you on the theme, A Governance for the Future. But before I begin, let me declare that I am not a lawyer and neither a student of law. I shall therefore seek nolle prosequi your honors. Firstly, I wish to pay my tribute to late Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, a visionary leader and founder of ICCJW. The reason why we all are here today. I also must pay my respect to Mrs. Bharati Gandhi. They say there is always a woman behind a successful man. Secondly, let me congratulate the management and staff of City Montessori School, Lucknow, India, representing the children of the world and achieving recognition by the Guinness Book of Records as the world's largest school with its 62,000 students and recipient of the 2002 UNESCO Prize for Peace Education, and as an NGO recognized by the United Nations Department of Public Information. This is no small feat and is a proud achievement for India and the world. Now let me just quickly mention that I am the grandson of an indentured laborer who migrated to Fiji from Visakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh in 1903. My grandmother, she had a dream for a better life for herself, better life for her children, and better life for her grandchildren. I am that one grandchild that stands before you. Students, legal scholars, and honorable judges, we live in times of growing global challenges. These include a world growingly underpinned by complex digital capabilities. This new digital world, whether we like it or not, impacts on poor and rich countries differently. Digital services impact upon men and women differently. Digital services are growingly uneven between large and small countries like my own, the Fiji Islands. For the first time in history, tech companies have become larger than economies of even large countries. The world has not faced this level of power asymmetry between large companies and states and governments ever before. We have seen an explosion of human rights issues arising from unregulated digital spaces. Suicides and mental health challenges that are triggered on the social media, especially for our young, are a growing problem across India, in Fiji, and across the world. We need to be worried. These are a call to action. And I am so pleased to see that you are discussing these issues at your conference. I welcome the United Nations Declaration at the last General Assembly meeting to begin efforts to develop international law that is fit for purpose. But as with many things that are of a multilateral nature, progress will be slow. National efforts need to be speeded. We are in a catch-up phase nearly everywhere. In this context, we have seen uneven progress across countries. Some countries are undertaking efforts to ban the use of social media by children. Others are not making similar progress. What is the right age at which children should have access to social media? What is the level of obligation of tech companies in protecting children from the vile aspects of social media? Can countries regulate the behaviors of large tech companies that operate beyond national legal jurisdictions? These are questions on which legal scholars, our judges, and policymakers must aggressively provide directions and further legal guidance. Countries everywhere need to build protections, guidance, and legal foundations upwards, not two down. Case law will be necessary to give policymakers perspective for shaping better national legislations. Better national legislations will help the international system to reach agreements in speedier timeframes. We have seen efforts to digitally influence outcomes of elections in many countries. National treasuries are no longer foolproof from cyber threats. Even large developing countries have lost large sums of money through cyber thefts that are of a transnational and cross-border nature. students, legal scholars, and honorable judges, it is my view that we need to be on nothing short of a war footing on this. Technology changes so fast. Technology changes in days and months, not years. Old habits of developing national or international law over several years are simply no longer relevant. National systems need to develop their capabilities and have the space to develop regulations and propose new laws in much shorter term timeframes. This is the challenge of our times. The United Nations Global Digital Compact calls on its member states to take relevant actions urgently. I reiterate this call. Most countries, and certainly developing countries, have a lot to catch up on. You are also discussing the Declaration on Future Generations. This is an important development internationally. I am not a legal scholar, but as far as I am aware, very few jurisdictions have laws and policy practices that take into account future generations. Fiji is proud to have worked with Netherlands and Jamaica in shaping the international consensus for the Declaration on Future Generations. Countries and our international system need to take into account the impact of current policies and actions on the rights and on the well-being of those not born today, those who will be born towards the end of the century. What is our obligation to generations yet to be born? What limits does law place on governments, industry, and on us as individuals on ensuring that future generations will be able to enjoy this? Access to water, to breathable air quality, to livable temperatures can no longer be taken for granted. Indeed, in the Pacific Island states, such as Tuvalu, a small island, access to livable land can no longer be taken for granted as well. I believe that legal scholars, judges, and legislators everywhere have an important role to play in nudging governments to pay far more attention to protecting the rights of future generations. Where needed, new laws may be necessary. Nothing would make me happier than to have good national laws that require clear consideration of the interests of generations yet to be born in all actions that we take currently. I encourage your leadership on this. I am excited that you have brought this for discussion at this conference and wish you well in these discussions. We have seen another very worrisome development in recent years. That is the world of AI. Artificial intelligence is to be welcomed. It provides hope for vast improvements in health, in learning and development generally. But at the same time, we need to see that international agreements, national laws, and policies are in place for managing AI. Should weapons of war be placed fully in the hands of AI? Will AI replace judges in future? Will ethical and moral foundations of society and of law be the foundations for AI? I think the world will be a far better place if our judges and legal scholars are consistently throwing light on this and helping governments to tackle this hugely complex area. An important starting point will be on regulating and managing the evolution of autonomous weapons and weapons systems. I finally turn my attention to global governance. We have seen the current challenges across the Middle East, in Ukraine, in Sudan, and elsewhere, and the inability of the international system to secure peace. This is quite unacceptable. The Russia-Ukraine war has registered 600 deaths of children and 1,350 children injured in 2022, are United Nations data. This war is war on children. It is a war on their childhood and their future, said UNRWA Commissioner General Philip Lazzarini. Gaza Housing Authority data that at least 12,300 youngsters have died in last 4 months compared to 12,193 globally between 2019 and 2022. In Sudan, since the start of fighting until 25th April 2023, 190 children have been killed and 1,700 children injured. These are only few examples. Fiji has supported India and other countries' call for a UN system that is fit for purpose. A UN fit for purpose begins with a change to the Security Council. The world needs a UN Security Council that is representative of the current world and not a world order that has passed away or passed by. India justly deserves to be a part of the solution. Its permanent presence of the UN Security Council is part of that solution. Beyond that, the world needs far-reaching changes to the international finance architecture. Fiji's Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Professor Biman Prasad, recently repeated this call for a fundamental re-engineering of the global financial system, including IMF and the World Bank. At the same time, there are a whole range of changes needed internationally. How is international trade to be regulated? Is the current system fit for purpose in regarding cross-border trade in services? Is the cross-border environmental protection sufficient? These are all large questions that you have brought on your agenda at this conference. In conclusion, I have spoken on various elements of global governance. A new global compact agreed to by the international community provides the core elements for transformation of the global governance architecture. This includes providing strong governance frameworks for AI, for governance in the hyper-digital era, for reform of international governance institutions. We will need as well better governance arrangements for space and for high seas. But multilateralism is slow and can be often frustrated by super interests. Our national environments will do well to provide the pressure points for reform of international governance systems. This will include more active work by courts and legal scholars and civil society in bringing clarity through case law, through research, and through conferences like this on how national and global governance institutions may evolve. I therefore warmly welcome your efforts at this conference. Let me just make one recommendation. I request to the management of the school and perhaps Professor Geeta Gandhi that send student ambassadors to all schools in India and to the world at large and unite the students of the world. With those, I am deeply honored to provide all these insights and guidance to you in these important conversations. I wish you well in your deliberations ahead. Thank you for this invite, and Vinaka Bakalevu, Dhanyavad.
Thank you, respected sir, for your insightful words and also for your very strong and meaningful recommendation. We thank you for your valuable presence once again. And now it is time to invite Honorable Mr. Justice Pheki Mahafala, Chief Justice, the Supreme Court of Judicature, Kingdom of Eswatini. Please put your hands together to welcome respected sir on stage.
Program Director, the management of CMS, former heads of state and government, my colleagues, the Honorable Chief Justices, Honorable Judges, all protocol observed. I'd like to pay a special tribute to Dr. Jagdish Gandhi for the great contribution that he made, not only in education or in convening this conference, but in promoting and fostering international peace and security. To this extent, he has left behind a very rich legacy for the world and the school to emulate. It is gratifying that his wife, Dr. Bati Gandhi, and his daughter, Professor Geeta Gandhi Kingdom, have graciously taken over the baton to ensure that his legacy is maintained as a beacon for future generations. Similarly, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the CMS fraternity for the warm hospitality which has been extended to me and my delegation since our arrival in India. It is with great humility that I also recognize and appreciate the great facilities which have been extended to me and my delegation and which have been placed at our disposal. We meet here today at a time when the United Nations has abandoned its mandate as reflected in the United Nations Charter, which is to maintain international peace and security. The United Nations is obliged, in terms of the Charter, to take effective collective measures for the prevention and removal of threats to the peace and for the suppression of acts of aggression or other breaches of the peace, and to bring about peaceful means and in conformity with the principles of justice and international law and settlements of international disputes which might lead to the breach of the peace. We have witnessed the death of thousands of innocent people in many parts of the world, in Africa, in the Middle East, in Europe, and in many other parts of the world. The United Nations has failed to intervene, and the loss of human lives and the destruction of infrastructure and property continue unabated. This is a case study in the Middle East, in Sudan, and in Europe. It is a sad reality, and it is also an indictment to humanity that the United Nations can never be implemented unless the Security Council, which is the most powerful organ of the world body, has unanimously approved the decision. What I would like to emphasize is that amongst the organs of the United Nations, which includes the Security Council, the Security Council is the most powerful organ of the United Nations. And unless the Security Council agrees unanimously, no decisions of the United Nations can be implemented. The Charter of the United Nations gives the permanent members of the Security Council veto powers, and the permanent members include Russia, Britain, China, France, and the United States of America. The Security Council can veto not only the decisions of the General Assembly, but its own decisions. And it is also capable of vetoing the decisions and judgments of the International Court of Justice. I have to emphasize here that the International Court of Justice is the judicial organ of the United Nations. The Charter specifically provides that if any party to a case fails to perform the obligations under a judgment rendered by the International Court, the other party may have recourse to the Security Council, which may, if it deems necessary, make recommendations or decide upon measures to be taken to give effect to the judgment. The permanent members of the Security Council reserve the right to veto the decisions of the International Court of Justice. I think we are all aware that many countries have petitioned the International Court of Justice to try and stop the carnage that is taking place in the Middle East. But those decisions are subject to approval by the Security Council. Any member of the Security Council is at liberty to veto any judgment that has been passed by the International Court of Justice. Article 108 of the Charter deals with the amendments to the Charter, and it provides that the amendments to the Charter shall come into force for all members of the United Nations when they have been adopted by a two-thirds majority of the members of the General Assembly and ratified in accordance with their respective constitutional processes by two-thirds of the members of the United Nations, including all the permanent members of the Security Council. Now, the requirement that permanent members of the Security Council should also adopt and ratify the amendment to the Charter renders critical future amendments to the Charter not only difficult, but impossible. In conclusion, I would like to point out that the Charter of the United Nations in its current form does not serve the interests of millions of people in the development world, whose security and protection continue to be at the mercy of the powerful countries economically and militarily. The international humanitarian law has shown over the years to be incapable of providing international security and peaceful coexistence amongst the countries of the world. I thank you, and I wish you well in your deliberations. I thank you.
Thank you, respected sir, for your insightful words and also for your valuable presence here. And now I would like to invite Honorable Mr. Justice Mato Arlovic, Vice President, Constitutional Court, Croatia, to kindly address the gathering. Can we please put our hands together for respected sir?
Poštovana obitelji Gandhi, cijenjena profesorice Gita Gandhi Kingdom, uvaženi gosti, poštovani studenti, dragi prijatelji. Ponovo smo zajedno i na ovoj konferenciji vjerujem da dijelimo žalost svi što s nama nije dragi gospodin Gandhi fizički, ali duhovno je. Jer njegovo djelo, njegova ideja je tu, ona živi i on s njom s nama. Nadam se da će i ova konferencija potvrditi ispravnost njegove vizije i njegovog puta ka miru, slobodi, jednakosti i ravnopravnosti. Sve vas srdačno pozdravljam u ime svih sutkinja i sudaca Ustavnog suda Republike Hrvatske. ja ću govoriti u svojoj temi o miru. Svatko od nas govori ili piše o miru, pristupamo i od njega polazi kao velikog, dragocjenog i nezamjenjivog opće ljudskog dobra koja je osnova prihvatljiva i poželjna odnosa među ljudima, narodima i državima. Razumljivo, jer mir je najbolje jamstvo sigurnosti i stabilnosti u društvu koje jamči i štiti ljudska prava i slobode u želji da ostvari maksimalne sveopće pretpostavke za realizaciju ljudskog dostojanstva u svim oblicima njegovog ispoljavanja. Međutim, da li je baš svaki mir i može li se baš svaki mir nazvati opće ljudskim dobrom? Koje je ono osnova sigurnosti i stabilnosti, ali i osnova za ostvarivanje ljudskog dostojanstva. Za svakog pojedinca te slobode, jednakosti i ravnopravnosti svima i svakom narodu i državi. Ja sam za temu svoga rada odabrao izreku Willya Brandta koja glasi: mir nije sve, ali je sve bez mira ništa. I u tom segmentu bih htio reći upravo da ta riječ, kada govorimo o miru, zašto on nije sve, proizlazi nekoliko pitanja. Što miru nedostaje da bi bilo sve? Kada je mir sve za svakog čovjeka, naroda i državu? Na razini gotovo lapidarnog odgovora mogli bi odgovoriti onda kada se radi o pravednom miru. Upravo taj riječ pravedna je temelj za diferencijaciju pojedinih poznatih oblika mira. Naime, nezamislivo je smatrati mir opće ljudskim vrednotom, velikim i dragocjenim dobrom, ako je on rezultat prinude, torture i ako gazi i ne priznaje ljudska prava i slobode, sveukupno dostojanstvo ljudske individue te silom sprječava i onemogućava ispoljavanje ostvarivanja samobitnosti i opstojnosti naroda i njihovih državnih zajednica. Taj mir nije i ne može biti pravedan, on nije jamstvo slobode, sigurnosti i stabilnosti. Stoga s pravom možemo postaviti tezu: je li mir opće ljudsko dobro ako nije pravedan mir? Mir koji je prostor za ostvarivanje ljudskog dostojanstva, slobode, jednakosti i ravnopravnosti za svakog pojedinca, sve narode i njihove društvene i državne zajednice. Ako mir to ne osigurava ili barem ne otvara perspektivu za uspostavu takve mogućnosti u društvenoj i državnoj zajednici, onda on, makar bio prividno mir, još uvijek u sebi sadrži zapravo nemir. On tada u sebi sadrži napetost među ljudima. U tom smislu mir koji u svom sadržaju ne obuhvaća slobodu, jednakost ljudi i naroda i pravdu zasnovanu pravo za sve i svako ljudsko dostojanstvo, solidarnost i razumijevanje za druge i drugačije, toleranciju i dijalog, je samo mir na pojavnoj, ali ne i na supstancijalnoj sadržajnoj razini. Takav mir nije i ne može biti sve. Po mom mišljenju, samo pravedni mir koji obuhvaća pravdu za sve i svakoga, zasnovan na slobodi, jednakosti i ravnopravnosti, ljudskih prava i sloboda kao sadržajnom supstratu ljudskog dostojanstva, zatim na solidarnosti i razumijevanju drugih i drugačijih, toleranciji i dijalog u rješavanju svih spornih situacija je mir koja je opće ljudska vrednota i dobro koje jamči slobodu, sigurnost, stabilnost svakom pojedincu i kolektivitetu bez diskriminacije u bilo koje osnovici. Ako nemamo takav mir, onda ne samo da mir nije sve, već je napadnuto, anulirano i ugroženo svako dobro, pa i sam mir. Samo pravedni mir osigurava prostor svakoj individu i svakom kolektivitetu za vlastitom samoaktualizacijom i prosperitetu koji ostvaruje svojim htjenjem, radom, znanjem i vještinama da bi realizirali svoj san o sretnom i ispunjenom osobnom, obiteljskom i društvenom životu. Upravo zbog toga je pravedni mir istodobno opće ljudska vrednota i najviše dobro s jedne strane, a s druge strane temelj i nezamjenjivi uvjet za priznavanje i ostvarivanje urođenog dostojanstva i jednakih neotuđivih prava svih članova obitelji, te slobode i pravde u svijetu, kako ističe Opća deklaracija o ljudskim pravima i slobodama. No u društvima i u društvenim i državnim zajednicama gdje nema pravednog mira ili je on ugrožen napadima i sukobima unutar njih ili agresivnim ratom izvan, s pravom se može postaviti drugi dio teze izreke Vilija Brandta, koji glasi: ali bez mira sve je ništa. Razumljivo, jer ugrozom i negiranjem mira ugrožavaju se i gaze sva ljudska prava i slobode, ljudsko dostojanstvo i cijeli svijet vrednota, ideala i ciljeva i slobode i demokratskog društva do kojih smo dosegli na ovoj razini cijelog društva. I sad se postavlja jedno ozbiljno pitanje: što možemo učiniti da sukoba i ratova ne dođe, da umjesto njih samo prevladava pravedan mir, koji su instrumenti nama na raspolaganju kao ljudskoj zajednici, da u odnosima napetosti koji mogu dovesti do otvorenih sukobova pa i ratova iznađemo dodatne napore da ih riješimo na miran i civilizirani način, dijalogom i razgovorima, i tako izbjegnemo sukobe i ratove. Ne ulazeći u druga područja, zastupam stajalište da pravo tu može i mora ponuditi neki od svojih novih instrumenata. Osobno se zalažem za dva. Prvi, da se normama međunarodnog i unutarnjeg prava propiše i zajamči pravo na mir, i B, kazneno djelo ratnog zločina za pokretanje agresivnih ratova i zločina protiv čovječnosti za ugrožavanje mira. Drugo, da se pravom propiše subjekti odgovorni za ostvarivanje ovih prava, te za slučajeve njihove povrede subjekti koji će provoditi pravne postupke, utvrđivati odgovornost i izricati najstrože kazne osim smrtne kazne za najteže oblike kršenja ovih prava, i to kako ne na međunarodnoj, tako i na unutrašnjoj razini. Cijenjena gospodo, smatram da je nastupilo vrijeme koje ne trpi daljnja odlaganja i ono je imperativno postavlja zahtjeve da se mir u međunarodnim pravnim dokumentima propiše kao subjektivno pravo svakog naroda i države, te kao osobno pravo svake individualne člana ljudske zajednice. Jamac ovog prava i nositelj obaveze njegovog ostvarivanja za narode i države morale bi biti Ujedinjene nacije i njezina tijela kao svojevrsna svjetska država s Vijećem sigurnosti kao svjetskom vladom, a na unutarnjem području za individue pojedine države to mora biti dužnost same države i njezinih tijela. Istovremeno bi trebalo napokon propisati zabranu vođenja agresivnih ratova i propisati, kao što sam rekao, ratni zločin. Dakle, dodatno bi trebalo urediti uvjete i kriterije do kada se mogu voditi obrambeni i oslobodilački ratovi i kada zaustavljanje nepravednog osvajačkog agresivnog rata i s kojim sredstvima osigurati mora međunarodna zajednica. Ovo smatram nužnim potrebom, ponajprije jer naša povijest uči da od završetka Drugog svjetskog rata nije protekao niti jedan cijeli dan, a da negdje u svijetu nije bio rat. Drugo, da se današnjim ratovima koriste sve složenija i razornija sredstva koja ne samo da anuliraju mir, već se i na najbestijalniji način anuliraju najosnovnija ljudska prava i slobode, odnosno ljudsko dostojanstvo, često takvim načinom da ih se ne može drugačije okvalificirati nego kao nekim od poznatih oblika ratnih zločina i zločina nečovječnosti protiv civilnog stanovništva. Treće, sve je više pokazatelja da je u današnjim ratovima sve teže kontrolirati mogućnost upotrebe ne samo savremenih razornih pa i zabranjenih oružja, već i spriječiti mogućnost da se upotrebe oružja za masovno uništenje, nuklearna, kemijska, biološka, kako na našem planetu, tako, nažalost, u najavama i u području nama, kao svjetskoj zajednici dostupnog svemira. Takve okolnosti i objektivno prisutne situacije u međunarodnim odnosima su nam jasan pokazatelj da se na zemlji više ne bi smjelo dopuštati rješavanje sporova između međunarodnih subjekata rata. Vrijeme je da svjetska zajednica svjesno i odlučno radi dobrobiti naše civilizacije, njezinog održavanja i razvoja, te radi budućnosti naših nasljednika, naših potomaka, definitivno zabrani korištenje ratova kao načina rješavanja proturječnosti i napetosti, te otvori, simbolički rečeno, sva vrata i prozore miru kao jednoj od najviših vrednota i zaštićenih dobara. Jer on je osnova i sveopći uvjet za daljnji razvoj svakog oblika održivog života i slobode, pravde, jednakosti i ravnopravnosti, ljudskog dostojanstva i izraženog priznatim zajamčenim ljudskim, uključivo i manjinskim pravima i slobodama koje može pružiti i osigurati suvremena demokratska ljudska i državna zajednica na temelji vladavine prava i ustava. Vrijeme je da u svijetu izgradimo pravedni mir za sve, svakog pojedinca, svaki narod i državu, mir koji će biti opće prihvatljiva vrednota, opće ljudsko dobro, nezamjenjiv uvjet mirnog rasta i razvoja za sve i svakoga u slobodi i jednakosti, ravnopravnosti i dostojanstvu i uzvještenosti života i sigurnosti i slobodi. Ako ni zbog toga, a ono zbog naše budućnosti i naših mladih. Hvala vam lijepa. Thank you.
Thank you, respected sir, for sharing your valuable insights with us. And now I would like to invite Dr. Sunita Gandhi, President, Council for Global Education, to address the gathering. Please put your hands together for respected Dr. Sunita Gandhi, ma'am.
Most eminent, respected guests, I'd like to acknowledge the warm presence of our chief guest for the day, Shri Manoj Kumar Singh Ji, the most admired and most popular Chief Secretary of this largest populous state of India called Uttar Pradesh. So warmly acknowledge your presence here, sir. And I'm humbled by the fact that you're here at this session. We'd like to begin with a short 2-minute video about an initiative inspired by our father, Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, and his grandson, my son, Robert Gandhi, is taking this mission forward at City Montessori School and all across India, and now we're offering it to the world. One Tara School. It's a free school for all children.
As a child, whenever I would ask my grandfather, "Grandpa, where do stars come from?" he would smile gently and say, "There are two kinds of stars in this world. Ones that twinkle in the sky and the others that light up the earth." When we love someone dearly and they leave us, they become stars in the sky. The other stars are you, little children, that light up the earth with your innocent, smiling faces. Unfortunately, there are countless stars wandering in the streets and alleyways of our home. So let's come together in the memory of our beloved star, my Nanaji, Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, and build a One Tara school. Let us reignite their dreams and guide them towards a better and brighter future. Together, Let's give them the chance of becoming the stars they were always meant to be.
Dear children sitting here and those out there, I'd like to offer this as an opportunity for you to start your own One Tara school in your own homes and neighborhoods. And it's very easy. You just go to the app, onetara.app, and you can begin today. All the know-how has been provided there, and it's not that difficult to start a school, and you know what a school looks like, a good school looks like. Here's Tom Delaney. He's one of my great supporters. He's amazing human being who has been working with me in the trenches, in the slums of Lucknow. And we've been doing a lot of profound research about education and what it means to educate the child and to inspire the child, because that's at the heart of what we do. We know there's a crisis out there. Something like 70% of the world's 10-year-olds cannot read, write, or do basic arithmetic, and this is a crying shame. Can we do something about it? Yes, we can. Your presence here today also and during this event presents a great possibility for us to move forward together. And we know, I've just come back from Rwanda, from Flex 2024 for all of Africa. There was a Foundation Literacy and Numeracy Conference. And we know the data that 89% of the children in sub-Saharan Africa cannot read. 89%, it's nearly 90%. Only 10 or 11% can read, and they are probably present here among you from Africa because they are the educated people. And so many of them could be educated. They also face a huge, lowest achievement levels of mathematics. This is the data from World Bank, UNICEF, and UNESCO. It highlights the need for urgent action if we are to meet or go anywhere near the SDG 4.1 and SDG 4 goals of a quality education for all children. We took a research approach. When I came back from the World Bank at the invitation of my father to come back to India, I was delighted because I had an opportunity to make a difference, a bigger difference perhaps by being in India than by being in the World Bank in Washington, DC. Here I began my research in the slums of Lucknow with some volunteers like Tom and others. My son was at that time 9 years of age, and my daughter at that time was 11 years of age. We began this very beautiful project called Global Dream Campaign for Literacy, and in that we involved students like yourselves across Lucknow city from 150 schools to adopt an illiterate child or a child out of school and an adult and teach them. And this went beautifully, and this paved the way for the continued research into what we are now calling today Alpha, Accelerating Learning for All. It's a pedagogy for all over the world. We began with just 20 schools given to us by the Ministry of Education in a district of India called Shamli, which is in Uttar Pradesh, and another district of India in Odisha called Sambalpur. We began with very, very small number of schools just 2 years ago. So we're very new at implementing that change, but we've been doing research for 22 years in the likes of Global Dream Campaign for Literacy and others. And what we found were very profound new discoveries, and I think these are the discoveries we need to know about education. We're in the trenches, we're with the children, we're every day, breakfast, lunch, dinner, we're talking about education. We're researching about education at this school and at the government schools now. We began with 20 schools, and today we have MOUs for 17,000 schools across India, in just 2 years. We also have an entire state of Himachal Pradesh that is committed to integrate this pedagogy in their state curriculum. We're also looking at Karnataka state that is going to be implementing this at the statewide level. It's growing quickly because I should say that the results come quickly. And this is our discovery. We didn't know that a priori. We didn't know when we began, with great earnest desire to make a difference. We didn't know at the time that this would be possible. So this is the way we want to go forward, and we are offering it to your countries as well, all across Africa, all across Latin America and the Caribbean. We've already begun in Trinidad and Tobago, in Peru, in Latin America and Caribbean. We've got pilots and research implementations in Ghana. We've just got results from Ghana that I presented at Flex 2024. We've got results from Kenya and from Maldives, and the project's also in the Philippines and Malaysia and so many other countries now. In the United States also, by the way, because this is a pedagogy that's not just needed by the developing countries, it's a pedagogy of the future that's needed by every single child on planet Earth. We cannot continue the way we have always done forever and ever. 10 years from now, it'll be a different education. What will that be? It is not 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. We are probably repeating the past, and therefore the results are not consequent. The results are not as exciting as they need to be. In our own country, because of COVID, possibly, but also before COVID, we have had a literacy crisis like all over the world, including the United States of America. So the levels that we are at today in India are the levels of 2012, as per ASA report. So we need to be circumspect about how we conduct education. We need to question how we do things, and we need to move to a new path forward. So what does it look like? What does that new path look like? So firstly, children working in pairs. And I think this is something that I think all educators can look at research from the past, not just our research, that children work better in pairs, but in 1:1 setting. But how do we make that possible in a government school? How do we make it possible in a private school like City Montessori School? And we have done that experimentation since 2022, both in government school and in private schools here in Lucknow. And beyond. So what we see is that children work better in pairs. They learn more in pairs, something that we've always wanted children learn more. They learn more in pairs because in an interactive setting, we are more alert. Secondly, children learn more when they don't work from rote learning, from the pedagogy of the past in which, it is A, B, C, D, and Kaka, Gaga, and then the sounds of the letters and so forth, which are both unknown. The letters are unknown and the sounds of the letters are unknown. Instead, we begin with known. And this is the pictures in the environment of the child. When the child sees things in their environment, they recognize them, they know their mother tongue so well. We use this as an advantage. And we found when we do that, when we reverse the equation, we begin with the pictures, and we put pictures in a scientific way, in a certain combination, that they yield words from day one, and meaningful words, so they read for meaning and for understanding. I think that's the second difference. The third difference is that paired learning leads to 8 C outcomes, the holistic education we've always dreamed of. That is collaboration, communication, critical thinking, creativity, and so forth, and climate consciousness we built into it. The most important part is the equity and the inclusion that this kind of education provides, because we train our teachers to change pairs every single day. And that means I'm working with everyone in my class. All of them become my friends. It leads to better connectedness, social, emotional, and mental well-being. So to make it very, very short, because I know we're running short on time, so thank you for entertaining me for this long. And I just want to say to all of you, please, let's forge forward with your help. Let's make this possible in your countries, across the states of India. Let's get this pedagogy out. It's free, except for the cost of printing. We've done everything till now. We've done it without any financial support from anyone. So it is possible. There's a power of a pedagogy that can really move forward the agendas. This ideally should be integrated in the curriculum of the governments. There is no cost. We replace the old way of teaching, a few pages there, with the new pages. It's very, very thin. The booklets are literally this thin. This is for Hindi and this is for numeracy. It takes you, 20 pages takes you to grade 3. It's a disruptive way of learning, known to unknown and concrete to abstract. So I'd like to offer this as a free gift to all of you, and you children also can start your One Tara school, but the governments in particular, we have given you a bag, by the way. Today you must have received it, another blue bag, by the way, but it says Global Learning Lab. And in that, there are 2 envelopes. One envelope is for you, sir, and thanking you for being here, madams. Really, really delighted to see the quality and the influence that you bring to this event. We also have an envelope here for the Minister of Education of your great country. And we'll be ever so grateful to you if you could please pass this on to the Minister of Education. We shall be delighted. There's a book in there as well called Alpha, Accelerating Learning for All. It's a charter for the new education fast forward. Thank you so much. 45 days to the world becoming literate. Thank you. Jai Jagat. Namaskar. Thank you, Chairman, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, respected ma'am, for sharing your valuable thoughts and insightful words. And congratulations for the Alpha Pedagogy and also for the One Tara initiative. I would once again like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our respected founder director, Dr. Mrs. Bharti Gandhi, and also to our esteemed manager and convener of the conference, respected Professor Geeta Gandhi Kingdon, for making convergence of great minds possible for a transformative initiative. Can we have a huge round of applause for our respected founder director, respected manager and convener of the 25th International Conference of the Chief Justices of the World. And now it's time to start the plenary panel discussion. Please put your hands together to welcome on stage Dr. Augusto Lopez Claros, international economist and former professor, University of Chile, and former director of World Bank's Global Indicators Group, USA, who has very kindly agreed to moderate the session on the global governance we need. Let us also welcome our esteemed panelists. Please put your hands together for His Excellency, I stand corrected, for Her Excellency, Ms. Katalin Novak, President of Hungary, 2022 to 2024. His Excellency, Dr. Pakalita B. Mosisili, Prime Minister of Lesotho. Yes. I thank the esteemed panelists for the fruitful discussions that just took place. And I also take this opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude for your valuable presence here, for joining hands with us, for a noble cause, and I'm sure that with determination in mind and with a collaborative approach, we will surely tread on the path of world peace and unity. Thank you once again, and can we have a huge round of applause for our esteemed panelists and dignitaries. So let us all welcome on stage respected Dr. Augusto Lopez Claros, international economist, former professor, University of Chile, and former director of World Bank's Global Indicators Group, USA, who has very kindly agreed to moderate the session on the global governance we need. Let us also welcome our esteemed panelists, Her Excellency Ms. Katalin Novak, President of Hungary 2022 to 2024. Please put your hands together for Ms. Katalin Novak. Our second esteemed panelist, His Excellency Dr. Pakalita B. Mosisili, Prime Minister of Lesotho 1998 to 2012 and 2015 to 2017. A huge round of applause for His Excellency Dr. Pakalita B. Mosisili. I request you all to again put your hands together for Honorable Mr. Manoj Kumar Singh, Chief Secretary, Government of Uttar Pradesh, India. Thank you, respected sir, for sparing your valuable time and for joining hands with us for the noble cause. Yes. And now I would like our respected manager and the convener of the conference to kindly introduce Honorable Mr. Manoj Kumar Singh.
It's my great pleasure this morning to welcome and introduce our most distinguished administrator and bureaucrat, public servant of the state of Uttar Pradesh, Mr. Manoj Kumar Singh, who is an Indian Administrative Services Officer, as our most honored guest and esteemed panelist. Mr. Singh's illustrious career in the Indian Administrative Services, spanning over 3 decades, has been marked by dedication, integrity, and outstanding achievements. He comes from Bihar. Mr. Singh began his higher education journey at the Banaras Hindu University, where he pursued graduation in agricultural sciences, followed by a post-graduation in agronomy. He further honed his skill by earning a master's degree in public affairs from the Humphrey Institute of Public Affairs, University of Minnesota, USA in 2007. An officer of the 1988 IAS batch, Mr. Singh has consistently demonstrated commitment to the development of Uttar Pradesh, earning for himself a reputation as a recognized performer within the corridors of power. His journey from sub-divisional magistrate roles in Mainpuri, Balrampur, and Aligarh to his current position as Chief Secretary of Uttar Pradesh has been utterly exemplary. Mr. Singh has served as District Magistrate of Lalitpur, Noida, Pilibhit, Moradabad, and Aligarh. He has also held pivotal positions in the central government, such as Director in the Department of Heavy Industry and Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Environment, Forests, and Climate Change. His leadership roles in Uttar Pradesh have been equally impressive, including service as Principal Secretary in various departments and overseeing flagship programs such as the Namami Gange, Swachh Bharat Mission, Amrut, and the Smart City Initiative. As the newly appointed Chief Secretary of Uttar Pradesh, Mr. Singh holds the highest executive position in the state, where he also serves as the principal advisor to the Chief Minister. His leadership is instrumental in shaping the policies and strategies that guide the state towards progress and prosperity. In his previous roles, Mr. Singh has held many pivotal positions, including Agriculture Production Commissioner, Infrastructure and Industrial Development Commissioner, and Additional Chief Secretary of the Panchayati Raj and Food Processing. His efforts in these capacities have led to significant advancements in rural development, industrial growth, and the successful implementation of government initiatives such as the BC Sakhi scheme. His remarkable leadership during the COVID-19 pandemic, particularly in controlling the spread of the virus in rural areas, has been widely recognized and applauded. It is indeed a great honor that you are present here amongst us today to take part in the panel that is about to begin. I invite you, sir, to please come up as soon as the curtain opens.
Thank you, respected ma'am, for introducing our guest of honor, Honorable Mr. Manoj Kumar Singh. And it's time to introduce the last panelist of the session, Honorable Miss Justice Priscilla Chandra Hanif, Judge Supreme Court, Guyana. Can we all put our hands together for our esteemed panelists? Today, we stand united in our mission to explore one of the most pressing challenges of our time, the global governance we need. In the 21st century, we face complex and multifaceted challenges that transcend national borders: climate change, global health crisis, cyber threats, economic inequality, conflicts, and much more. These challenges cannot be tackled by one nation alone. They require coordinated and collaborative action. As a result, the question arises: how can we create a global governance system that is not only effective, but also fair, inclusive, and responsive to the needs of the nations, large and small? To achieve effective global governance, we must adhere to certain key principles like inclusivity and equity, multilateral cooperation, transparency, accountability, and adaptability. But without the power to enforce decisions, even the most well-intentioned agreements can fall apart. So what is the way forward? The way forward is global solutions to global challenges. We cannot afford to let political divisions or short-term national interests undermine the long-term common good. To build a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable future, nations must come together to create a system of global governance that is fair and inclusive and capable of responding to the challenges of our time. With this thought in mind, I would like to invite Dr. Augusto Lopez to moderate the session on the global governance we need. Can we all put our hands together for our esteemed moderator and respected panelists? Thank you.
The panel yesterday, moderated by Josh Lincoln, was entitled A Global Governance That We Have. And this morning we're going to take up the next kind of logical step in this succession of questions, and we're going to be discussing the global governance that we need. So the focus changes a little bit. And I cannot tell you how pleased I am that we have such a distinguished panel with us to have this lively, interactive discussion. I have especially asked my panelists not to give introductory speeches, but rather to respond to questions which I will pose to them twice. We're going to have 2 rounds of questions. And they have been asked by me to limit their responses to 5 minutes so that we can finish the panel within the 1 hour allocated. Katalin Novak has been introduced many times before in the conference, so I do not need to tell you. She's the former president of Hungary. She has been the chairperson or the president of the National Assembly in Hungary. She has been Ministry of State for Family Affairs. I mean, she has done most of the things that a senior politician will do in a lifetime. And you can tell yourself, she's not exactly in her 70s or 80s, right? So, impressive achievements. Pakalita Mosisili, sitting next to her, is, I think, one of the most successful, impressive politicians of Lesotho and of his generation. He's been prime minister a number of times. He has a very distinguished career of innovation in economic and social development issues, security issues, and so on. We're very pleased to have you here. Priscilla Chandra Hanif is a judge in the Supreme Court of Guyana. I was having a conversation yesterday with her in preparation for this panel, and I'm really very much looking forward to her participation. We're really privileged to have somebody of such distinguished legal credentials in our panel. And then finally, of course, Mr. Manoj Kumar Singh, who is the most senior civil servant, an administrator and manager and chief executive in Uttar Pradesh, who just happens to be the largest, the most populous state in India, which happens to be the most populous state in the world. So it's difficult to think of somebody who has greater responsibility on his shoulders. He manages the affair of states, of a state that, if it were a country, it probably would be one of the top 10 countries in the world in terms of population size. Very pleased to have you with us today. I will begin this conversation with Mr. Mosisili, former Prime Minister of Lesotho. The UN Charter, the 1945 UN Charter, which I have shown you a number of times during this weekend conference, introduced a very important innovation. The UN, the principal focus of the UN was peace and security because we were coming out of World War II. But the United Nations Charter introduced the concept of economic and social development as a responsibility of the international community. And so I think that what I'd like to do is I'd like to ask Prime Minister Mosisili to tell us a little bit about the challenges that he faced as Prime Minister of Lesotho, a country that is located in sub-Saharan Africa, which remains today the continent with the largest pocket of extreme poverty, malnutrition, where we have huge challenges in terms of training and education, the rising generations of young people so that they can operate in this complicated global economy. So, Prime Minister, tell us a little bit about the challenges that you faced as Prime Minister in improving the lot of your people, in dealing with these very critical issues of poverty, malnutrition, lack of education, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for your kind words in introducing me. Lesotho, as most of you will know, is a small landlocked country, not only landlocked, but South Africa locked. in that we are right in the belly of South Africa. And that in itself poses, or used to pose, at least a lot of problems during the apartheid era in South Africa. Now, when I came into office as Prime Minister, I was from a teaching career, and our first, in our view, our most important challenge was how to improve the lives of our people. Perhaps because I came from education, and I had been Minister of Education before I became Prime Minister, we focused deliberately on education, because we felt that it was important for every child to get access to education. And to do that, we started at primary level of education and abolished school fees at primary level to make access possible for every child, irrespective of the background of her family. We opened the schools to every child by abolishing by abolishing school fees at primary education level. Secondly, because we were grappling with children from very poor families, we decided we would introduce a school feeding program. We were aware that some children would come to school without having had anything to eat. So we therefore introduced a school feeding program to ensure that at least each child would get one balanced meal a day. Now, that was, the response to that was so good, to those two initiatives. The response was so good that they created a problem for us, in that we got a lot more children to school than we had space for, and more children in school than we had teachers for. So that forced us to mount a program of building schools in Lesotho. And no government in that country, in its history, has built more schools than when I was Prime Minister. In short, we focused on improving the first and most important resource Lesotho has: its people, her people. And I don't know if you'd wish me to go on, or this would be enough for now.
Thank you very much for sharing with us those inspiring stories and facts. You know, as many of you in the audience know, I am an economist by training, and on the one hand, you know, we have a $100 trillion economy that has the highest productive capacity in recorded history, most likely. We're producing more wealth, more goods and services, and more technologies than we have ever done in our previous histories, and yet we have more than 800 million people, mostly children, who suffer from malnutrition. I wish we had more prime ministers like Mr. Mosisili. We would go some ways towards eliminating this, shameful fact, which I think is a blemish on our economic system. President Novak, just as the UN Charter, the 1945 UN Charter, introduced this new dimension of economic and social development, of course, the Charter itself was mainly about peace and security. And at the center of that agenda of peace and security, they put the Security Council, right? With ultimate responsibility for ensuring that the lofty principles of peace and security would be implemented, would be abided by. Now, in a previous presentation of yours, I think it was yesterday, you made a passing reference to the Security Council as a dysfunctional body, and I totally agree. I wanted to applaud. I was sitting in the audience. Tell us a little bit from your perspective as head of state of Hungary. You obviously, were able to see some of these dysfunctionalities. What can we do?
I come from Hungary, which is also a landlocked country. It's not in Africa, but in Europe. It's a landlocked country in Europe, so Europe-locked country, or Western Europe-locked country. But also Hungary is a direct neighbor to Ukraine. So I also had I don't even know what to call it, the chance to be the president of Hungary, a direct neighboring country of a country being at war, namely Ukraine. And also what you have to know about Hungary is that we are surrounded by ourselves just because right after the First World War, due to the decisions being taken like at the peace negotiations after the First World War, the 2/3 of Hungary's territory was taken away. So that means that in the neighboring countries, there used to be the territories of Hungary, and that means that native Hungarians, ethnic minority lives there. And it goes to Ukraine as well, so that means that Hungarians are also affected by this war directly. And that brings me to your question, why I think the UN Security Council is not functioning right now. Because of the stable members of the UN Security Councils have the veto power, and so that means that if they are involved in any, let's say, war or any military operation, they even have the power to veto. So there is no resolution against them which can be adopted by the Security Council, and that means that it actually paralyzes the functioning of the UN Security Council. And there are negotiations going on, you're even more aware of that than myself, how to reform that. But in order to reform the functioning of the Security Council, you also need a unanimity, so you still have the power of veto of those who are interested in maintaining the status quo. So what I'm saying is that it is very difficult to tell if the UN, for which I am very positive in general, but I'm also critical in the meantime, if the UN can, for now, fulfill its function by maintaining or restoring peace and security in the world. Because if you look at the numbers, how many war situations were happening at the foundation of the UN, and you compare it to the actual situation, you see that the number is way higher right now than it used to be in the 40s. So it means that even if the UN is doing a great job in many aspects, it is maybe incapable of really restoring peace and security in the world. And what is the solution? I think it's also sometimes hypocritical or hypocritical or hypocrisy that we don't even go into negotiations with parties at war. And if there's no negotiation, there is no potential peaceful end to a war conflict. So that is why I'm saying that we have to sit to the negotiating tables, and we have to try to reach peace talks in all war situations or in all war conflicts around the world. So I think that is one which the UN should stand for. And also it has to figure out what it can do if a member of the Security Council is affected in a war. So I think it's we have to find a solution to that situation, because this is going to most probably arise in the future as well.
You know, listening to your response, I'm reminded of something that Cord Meyer, who was a member of the US delegation that went to the San Francisco conference where the charter was adopted. A year after the adoption of the charter, he wrote a very lengthy article in The Atlantic, which is a very prestigious magazine in the United States, and he said that the veto would essentially prevent the major powers to resolve conflicts among them, right? Because they could always veto whatever decision, right? And then he said, you know, what do we think of an organization in which these 5 permanent members are essentially exempting themselves from the responsibilities and the obligations of the charter, right? Would you join a club which basically told you, all these rules are for you, but not for me? I don't think we would, right? Judge Chandra Hanif, the UN Charter actually, as you know, embeds the principle of peaceful settlement of disputes, number one. And number two, it actually forbids countries to stake a claim on territories that don't belong to them, right? It very much respects the principle of, you know, the sanctity of borders. And yet, your country has had a pretty rough time in the last couple of years, because all of a sudden people are realizing Guyana is a very resource-rich country. They have discovered oil and, you know, other very valuable commodities, which are very useful in this sort of high-tech world of the 21st century. And of course, Venezuela has basically staked a claim on 90% of your territory, right? And you are hampered in some sense by the fact that Guyana has accepted the compulsory jurisdiction of the International Court of Justice, but Venezuela hasn't, right? So tell us, how have your officials navigated in the last couple of years this very difficult situation? And in particular, has the UN been helpful to you? Or what more can they do? Thank you.
Good morning. Yes, and thank you very much for that important question. In Guyana, which is located in South America, we're very close to the Caribbean, we're considered to be part of the Caribbean, we have faced a threat of imminent war. Last year, December, President Maduro had announced in his country that they were going to invade Essequibo. Now, from the map of Guyana, you'll know that Essequibo is 2/3 of our country. And it's also the region where they have discovered significant oil. And that's where our wealth recently has been coming from. Now, not to be unfair to any territory, the 1899 Arbitral Award settled the differences between Guyana and Venezuela. It was a Paris arbitration, the parties attended, and they came to an agreement, and it was agreed that Essequibo belonged to Guyana. As a result of which, we have continued over the last 100 years on that understanding. Venezuela has laid claim to Essequibo over those years. They have disputed the validity of that award. And through the United Nations, initially, they were the Good Office Relations. They had sought to peace talks among the nations over the years. So for the last 80-something years, there have been peace talks. But they have not yielded any solution. They have actually advised Guyana that we should approach the ICJ, which we did in 2018, and we filed an action in the ICJ to settle once and for all this border dispute between ourselves. We filed that action, but Venezuela did not recognize the jurisdiction of the court. And during the last 2 years, they have progressively made attempts to invade Guyana. And I will share with you a very real situation that we encountered, and this is me not as a judge, but as a citizen of Guyana. Last year, December, when they announced they went to a referendum. Prior to the referendum, there was a provisional award granted by the ICJ saying that Venezuela must preserve the status quo and not do anything in Essequibo, because Guyana has always had sovereignty over that area until the court makes a final determination. In breach of that provisional order, Venezuela held a referendum of its people as to whether or not they should invade Guyana. And the referendum, the people said, yes, we are going to invade Guyana. So on the news throughout my country, there was the referendum voting, and there was national panic. Citizens were legitimately concerned for their safety. Guyana has always been a very peaceful nation. So we don't have massive military at our disposal. We don't have huge armies and resources like Venezuela has. So we know that if they're in the midst of all this imminent threat to our country. We wrote to the United Nations under Article 35 of the UN Charter, advising them of this imminent threat. They issued a statement asking Venezuela to desist from invading. Subsequently, fortunately, we are also part of CARICOM, the Caribbean community. And fortunately for us, because of our membership and role in CARICOM, our president now was able to sign what was known as the Argyle Agreement in December last year, through the help of the Prime Minister of St. Vincent, not the help of the United Nations, but through the help of our fellow Caribbean colleague. And although the United Nations actively watched and was present when the agreement was entered into, they did not play an active role in procuring that agreement. Not only did they not play an active role, but they themselves did not initiate a negotiation between the two countries. And this was a situation where we literally have war at our doorstep. And we want to know as a country, being part of the United Nations, what is the practical measures in place for a country like us, right, when we have an imminent threat. Now, our Attorney General in Guyana, in addition to writing the letter on the Article 35, also tried to invoke Article 41 and 42, which called for sanctions, which called for the Security Council to allow us military action and involve other member states to assist. We did not get a response in relation to that part of it. We got again a letter in April of this year indicating that Venezuela should desist. And I like to say that in Guyana, we have a very popular saying. When you have entities who are able to have broad investigative powers, but the enforcement is a problem, we often refer to them as toothless bulldogs. It means that you have all bark and no bite. And when it really comes and we are calling on you that, look, this is the border, we're seeing the army coming into our country now, tonight. What can the United Nations do to assist us in that very moment? Because to say that you will sanction a country after devastation and death and war has no practical effect or value to us. So we want to know what protective measures can we put into the UN Charter to allow, in these certain situations, to protect a nation and its people. And that is what we would like to see done. Thank you.
Thank you for that very eloquent and compelling answer. You know that the UN Charter, of course, in 1945 introduced the concept of collective security. The UN is supposed to be able to protect the interests of a small country like Guyana, but one of the flaws of the way that the UN has evolved over the last several decades is that we don't have the enforcement mechanisms. We don't have the equivalent of the UN International Peace Force that would basically protect the interests of Guyana. In the second UN Charter that has been put together and about which I have made references in the last couple of days, we are actually strongly reinforcing the enforcement mechanisms of the UN so that a country like Guyana will be protected, especially from a country like Venezuela, where, as you well know, is a bit of a pariah in the international scene, which hopefully will be helpful to you, because I can't imagine that they will get very much support from the international community for their greedy designs. Chief Secretary Singh, I think that there is broad acceptance that India is rapidly emerging as a global economic and political power. Certainly, it is already, as we know, the most populous state in the world, and inevitably, with population, you have a large economy. Quickly after that, comes rising political and economic influence on the global stage. And of course, inevitably, one consequence of this is that India will have increasing responsibilities on the global stage. How can India play a more prominent role in helping us address some of the huge problems that we face as a human family? I'm talking about climate change, I'm talking about an unsettled international security situation. Could India play a leadership role in, for instance, helping us reform the UN? And I will share with you something that just came to my attention literally last night. India, Brazil, and South Africa have just issued a statement, several paragraphs long. Paragraph 11 is of great significance in the context of the discussions that we have had in the last couple of days, because they are actually calling for an Article 109 conference to review the UN Charter. I think that that is highly significant.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. You see India with largest population and almost fifth right now in the GDP terms, and constantly trying to reach the third position in GDP terms. The power or influence on global arena is increasing day by day. And by that, responsibility is also increasing. I will tell you about one personal experience which I had as a lead negotiator in Montreal Protocol, which was about phasing down of ozone depleting substances. India, in most of the international conventions, and in this also, I have seen it myself, it takes the leadership role for safeguarding the interest of developing countries. In this case also, it was on the insistence of India that in Rwanda, Kigali, this Montreal Protocol was adopted the way it has been adopted, with a time lag of around 10 years, like developed nations will phase out, and after 10 years of their phasing out, when more alternative chemicals at reasonable cost will be available, then developing countries will start phasing down. So by this example, what I was trying to tell you that India is trying constantly to take the leadership role, especially for the developing nations. But as my experience goes, things can work on global arena because I believe that global peace, global governance is an aspirational state. It doesn't exist in natural form. It is an aspiration which all good human community and society, they aspire for. This can come if you have very transparent and scientific information in front of everyone. In this protocol, there was a body called Techno-Economic Assessment Panel. They used to do all the scientific research and put forth things very transparently before body of 197 countries. If people can see things transparently, then it is easier to build consensus. Because in all these event forums, you have to have decision with consensus. Even if one country doesn't agree, then it can't pass through. But my experience says that 2-3 dominant players, whom we call superpowers, they have incredibly high influence over all these bodies. Whether it is the appointment of the CEOs, office bearer, so most of the decisions are influenced by them. So in my opinion, every country has to take care of their own citizens, well-being of their own citizens, and every country's foreign policy or foreign affair, basically it is dictated and it is guided by their own constituency. What your people want at your home, that decides and that guides what posturing or what posture or stand you are taking on any foreign body. So I put first responsibility on the people who have this power to look after well-being of their own citizens, their own country, guard their own country physically, economically, politically, whatever it is. And if everybody comes at some strength, then only you can see that fair negotiations can happen. Otherwise, in current situations, things are predominantly biased for some group and against many other groups. So in my view, building consensus is important. For that, you need to collaborate with your partners, partner countries, or who can be likely partner countries. But still, the state of inequality, like at one point of time, USA was having around 40% of the global GDP. So that kind of inequality, it is very difficult to think about equal platform, equality, equity, or discussion on equal forum. So by that logic, increasing equity is very important over the globe in different countries so that everybody comes at a level where they can discuss things parallelly. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are going to change gears a little bit. And Prime Minister Mosisili, your country's geography is kind of a very unusual, right? You are completely surrounded by one country. President Novak said Hungary is also landlocked, but I'm sure it has borders with more than one country, right? When I was having a very nice chat with Prime Minister yesterday, preparing for this panel, he used an expression which I found very descriptive. He said that, you know, we were in the belly of a monster during the apartheid period, and that posed, you know, particular challenges for governance, as you can imagine. So I want to ask you two questions. First of all, during that difficult period of apartheid, when South Africa was essentially a pariah state, was the UN helpful to you and to your country in some way? And then I want to take advantage of your presence on this panel because you had a relationship and contacts with Nelson Mandela to share with us a couple of anecdotes about that person, because it seems to me that in this wonderful gathering with so many young people here, I'd like them to hear some of those experiences.
Thank you very much indeed once again. You are spot on in saying that during the apartheid era, the UN system did assist us in quite a number of ways. For instance, when the apartheid army would invade Lesotho to kill the freedom fighters, the ANC, PAC freedom fighters who had refuge in Lesotho, as they did, of course, in Eswatini and in Botswana. The UN system was of great help to us. On one occasion, our then king, Moshoeshoe II, actually went to the UN to address the General Assembly and the Security Council, because as a country, we felt very unsafe and helpless against a very strong militarily apartheid regime. So yes, indeed, the UN system has always been a useful partner for us throughout. And because of that, and because South Africa was, as you said, a pariah state, they would have to think twice before they did anything untoward. And as a result, we have felt very much safe because of the multilateralism and the UN system that is in place. I earlier referred to our focus on education. And in that endeavor, we have had tremendous cooperation with UNICEF, with UNESCO, which are UN agencies, and in health also, as well as in agriculture. The UN agencies have partnered with us and have done as yeoman service. Yes, definitely. Now, coming to your other question about President Nelson Mandela. Yes, I met him quite a number of times after he became president. And the one occasion that sticks out all the time in my mind is when he attended, for the first time as president of South Africa, he attended our regional body, SADC, the Southern African Development Community. I believe this was in Mozambique, and the time for the start of the conference was 9 o'clock, and I arrived 10 minutes before 9, and 5 minutes before 9, President Mandela walks in, and we had a chat with him. Then he was looking, every time he was looking at his watch, and the other heads of state were quite late coming into the conference room. So when the conference eventually started, he was the first to raise his hand and read us, the rioters, you know, what is it? Because he chided us for not keeping time. And he said, if this is how you run your countries, I'm not surprised we are not making progress. That I never forget. One president, one head of state, actually, as I said, reading the rioters' roll to his colleagues and chiding them like they were little schoolboys and girls, but rightly so, because time is of essence. And he said, I'm not surprised you are not making good progress in your countries. It's because you don't have a sense of time. I never forget that occasion because he was spot on. And this was his very first meeting he attended in SADC. And he went to town telling his colleagues to keep time.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that with us. President Novak, the United Nations has 193 members. And when you look at the gender composition of the heads of state or the prime minister of these 193 countries, it turns out that 11% of them are women, the last time I looked at the data, which means 89% of the most senior politicians in the member states of the United Nations are men. So we live in a very male-dominated world still. The Indian parliament, Mr. Singh, you well know this, when I look at the composition of men, women, only 11% of the members of the Indian parliament are women. Hungary is not so much better, actually, right? So we live in a world in which, unfortunately, there is widespread discrimination against women. At the World Bank, we put together a database which allows us to count the number of discrimination against women. And in Iran, we were able to identify 24 different forms in which the Iranian legislation essentially turns women into second-class citizens. Why is it that this issue of discrimination against women is really so important in the 21st century, right? I think that you are singularly well qualified to address this issue briefly because you are the first female president in your country, and you're actually probably the youngest as well, I can imagine, right? And so, you know, if somebody can address this issue with credibility, it is President Obama.
Thank you so much. I try to stick to the 5 minutes, even if I am very passionate about this issue. Because just as you said, and I will be personal, just as Mr. Prime Minister, just also sharing with you some stories, that most of the time I was the only woman around the table. When I was, for example, deputy chief of the governing party, I was the only one in the presidency of the party who was a woman. And even we were addressed by the chairman of the party by gentlemen, and I was sitting there, you know, just being addressed as gentleman. And then later on, gentleman and Koto, that's my first name. So it is a difficult situation to get to the highest positions as a woman, even in Europe. And it's even more difficult in many other parts of the world. I think it still has its upsides. It has its advantages. For example, I was many times asked how difficult it is to be a woman president, and I say it gives you a lot of chance because 90% of the time you are negotiating with men. They would remember you just because you are a woman, and you are different from the 90% of their negotiating partners. Honestly, for a woman, it's not so difficult to negotiate with a man. We have our methods, and many times, I'm sorry to say that, but even your partners are, well, men who are a little bit concerned by themselves. So if you keep that in mind, it's even easier to negotiate with them. But also, many times I realized sitting with my partner, already being a president, that I was just considered a woman and not a head of state. And that person thought that, well, okay, she's a woman, she doesn't look that bad, so most probably she's not smart. And she has no clue about what we are speaking about. And you just realize that you have to, first you let them speak, but then after a while, maybe the way you ask back or the way you speak, they will realize that you are also prepared, you are also informed, but the statement that will come out at the end of the day, compared to the fact that she is a woman, she's quite smart. So I think that is what we have to overcome, that we are not well prepared or we are not well qualified compared to the fact or despite the fact that we are women. Just either we are well prepared, we are well qualified, or we aren't. But that's not because we are women. And also we have much more responsibility on our shoulders. Because if a woman makes a mistake, then most probably she has taken that mistake because she was a woman. So you can tell it many times, even in driving, for example, you know, if somebody doesn't drive well, many say that, well, she most probably is a woman. I always say in our cars that, oh, he's most probably a man when somebody is committing a mistake, because we are judged by the fact that we are women. So it is very difficult to overcome all these preconceptions, but what we can do, myself included as a woman leader, is that we support the younger generations and the members of the younger generations. And what I would like to achieve personally, that the ones coming after me are even better than me, better qualified than me, smarter than me, and they make it even earlier than myself. So if you are, as a woman, you get to a certain position, I think it is very important, don't start to behave as a man, because that's a mistake that is so often also committed, that once you're in the club, you start to behave as a man. No, we are women. So we shouldn't. We are equal, but we are not identical. That means that we have to behave as women. We have to be proud of our privileges. For example, that is why I'm so proud of being a mother. That is a privilege to give birth to a child. That is a privilege to breastfeed a child. That is not just a right, that is a privilege. So I think that we shouldn't give up on our privileges, and we shouldn't behave as men, we should behave as women, and we should use our skills as women, reaching our goals. Maybe we always keep in mind our goals, but you know, in the families, we all learn how to negotiate with different interests in minds of the different members of the families, how to react some unexpected situations, how to be flexible, how to get along with logistic issues. So we have many skills which we possess also, just because we are women. Our mindset is somewhat different, but I think we are very good in negotiations. We really reach our goals. Maybe if we don't go all the way just straight, but we make our U-turns, or we make our little, how do you say that, when you just, you know, go a little bit the other way, but you then get back and you really stick to the goals. And also education is a key. So that is why I'm so happy to see the CMS students, among them many very enthusiastic young women who are eager to do something and who are eager to fulfill something in their lives. So please don't forget to stay a woman, always support the other women, don't compete, don't push them back, just support them, because you're stronger together than just alone. So support the other women, and please don't try to win over the man, just try to cooperate with the man, because men and women together will make it possible. So that would be my point.
I wonder in how many schools in the world do students, and in particular the hundreds of young women I see sitting in the back, have the opportunity to listen to the president of Hungary or any member state of the United Nations to talk in such compelling terms about the fact that you young women can conquer the world and can become like President Novak in the future? My answer to that question is probably one school, CMS. Gita, congratulations to you. You are doing great work here. All right. This issue is very close to my heart. I'm an economist, and I have spent some important part of my professional career as a development economist looking at the costs to society and to the economy in particular associated with the discrimination and the marginalization of women, right? And so here we have another example on the panel. Judge Chandra Hanif, as we were talking yesterday in preparation for this panel, shared with me some extraordinary statistics coming from Guyana. She said that 75% of all the judges in Guyana are actually women. The Chief Justice is a woman. The Chancellor, which is apparently an even higher ranking position in the Supreme Court than the Chief Justice, is also a woman. And of course, you are a member of the Supreme Court as well. So I am impressed. In addition, you are the chair of the Association of Women Judges in Guyana, and the vice chair of the Association of Women Judges in CARICOM, which is the regional organization, right? And so I am tremendously impressed and reassured that the administration of justice in Guyana seems to be largely in the hands of women. Now, why is this important? How do you explain to especially the students in the audience why I am so enthusiastic about this statistic?
That's a great question. Now, why are women important in the judiciary or in any aspect of life? Now, it is true that we have a significant percentage of women judicial officers. And the reason why it's important to have women in the judiciary is that, like President Novak says, we have unique abilities that we need to hone. As women, we have the concept of being more empathetic, more understanding. We work a lot harder to get a seat at the table. So when we get that seat, we endeavor to keep it. So we put in the extra hours and we work a lot harder. But that does not mean, as a woman, we still don't have other responsibilities. Society still expects us to be the wife, the mother, and we carry these additional responsibilities with us. So in addition to being a judge, we are a wife, we are a mother, we are a housekeeper, we are a chef, we're doing art projects with our kids, we are doing everything. And to some, it may seem a challenge, but I want you to view it as a blessing. Because we are able to be so multi-talented, we are able to bring a special look on the judiciary, an aspect of social justice. We have a deep understanding of the people, of their needs, of what they want, of what the family needs in order to succeed. And as a result of which, women judicial officers have a very important and impact to play in society. Now, I want to make this very clear. As the president of the Guyana Association of Women Judges, we never ever feel that we are better than our male counterparts. We each have an important role to play to impact justice in a meaningful manner. And together, we will be able to make positive change. I've heard my colleagues speak about the challenges of women rising to high positions. And I recently had to look back at this concept when my father passed away 2 years ago. Now, my father was a very renowned educator in Guyana. And when we grew up in the 80s, we were 5 daughters. And when we grew up in the 80s, we didn't know about discrimination against women. We grew up thinking that as a woman, we can be anything we want to be, anything. And that is because of the education that we received from birth. And that is why your education is so integral to your self-being and what you believe. My father had a very famous saying at his school: what the mind of man can conceive and believe, so can he achieve, right? He was widely known in Guyana as Sir Chandra, and his education policy that he passed on to his children have all of us as scholars of the world, throughout the world we live, right? And I want to put this charge to the women here at the City Montessori School. You can be anything you want to be. Once you dedicate yourself, you put in the hard work, you are equal to your male counterpart. And as President Novak reiterated, it's not a competition. You bring a unique trait to any arena, any and every arena that you want to enter. So you reach for the stars and you will accomplish great things as your male counterpart, as women in the world today. Thank you.
I want to say, my name Bharti Gandhi. Sorry, sir, that women cannot be equal or do anything in the world. It is great sacrifice until and unless we women decide that we will have crutches for our children. So when we work and we have 3 or 4 children, we should not be lagged behind because of maternity leave or all that. We should have wonderful, wonderful crutches everywhere. Let every woman decide this and do this. Then see how women can work equally and even better.
I have a favor to ask Priscilla, if you allow me to call you by your first name. When you get back to Guyana, can you tell your parents that the moderator of a panel in which you participated asked you to give him a big hug on my name? All right. You know, these 2 extraordinary ladies reminded me of something that Abdul Baha, the head of the Baha'i community, said in Paris in 1912. He was traveling in North America and in Europe, and the issue of gender equality came up repeatedly in his presentations and in the talks that he gave. But in Paris, he said something that I thought was very much in keeping with something that both of you said. He said, as long as women are repressed and are not allowed to be empowered and to contribute to society their full capacities, men will not achieve the greatness which might be theirs. So, my dear friends, we're all in this together. And I think that that is something you both said, and I think is very important. Promoting the empowerment of women does not have to be at the cost of reducing men, right? It is not a zero-sum game. We all gain from the empowerment of women and from the emergence of powerful, eloquent ladies like we have on the stage today. Mr. Singh, we're going to conclude the panel with your words. You are the Chief Secretary of the most populous state in India. You have a great burden as an executive and a great deal of responsibilities. In thinking about the challenges that we face today, I'm thinking of climate change, I'm thinking of the challenges you face as a chief executive, and also thinking of the challenges we all face as human beings, as members of the human family. What is it that keeps you up at night?
Thank you. An excellent question. You see, this state of Uttar Pradesh with a population of 240 million people, it is almost 5th largest if it has been an independent country in the world. So there are many challenges, many issues every day, like natural calamity, accidents, law and order situation in different parts of the state. But I will say that they are so frequent that they have become common. So they don't occupy much of my gray space. What I love to sleep with are 2 things. One is education and another is employability. These are the 2 things on which I keep thinking about how to improve them. Thank you.
Dear friends, I hope you will agree with me that this has been really a very, very wonderful, extraordinary panel. So much talent on the stage from here onwards. Years, decades of experience dealing with difficult issues. And yet, as you can see, that governing and being in positions of responsibility, and I'm specifically directing myself to the young women in the audience, can also be fun. Because the judge and the president, it's evident that they enjoyed what they were doing. They approached their responsibilities and their jobs with enthusiasm, with happiness, and that is, I think, why they were so effective at what they were doing. Please, let's show our appreciation to this very distinguished group.
I'm sorry to add something, but I have participated in many, many panels in my life, and it's very rare that somebody, the moderator is so well prepared. So please give an applause to our moderators.
Thank you, ma'am. It was excellent. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. It was good. Thank you, sir.
Ma'am, may I please request Her Excellency, may I please request you to be on the stage for a few more minutes? Did you like what the discussion was about? You did? Let's make some noise. Thank you so much. Something very, very interesting and deeply felt by us here at CMS. And as the moderator, Dr. Augusto was speaking about, you know, women have to be given their rightful place, and what a privilege it is. As a woman, I'm standing here and making this proclamation to you. We would like to honor a very special person in our midst, and may I request, Badi Didi is already coming up. On behalf of CMS, we would like to present the Mother Teresa Award to Her Excellency Ms. Katalin Novak, President of Hungary, for her unstinting support to CMS Children's Appeal for World Unity and World Peace, and setting a wonderful example, bringing forth that we do not have to compromise in any way if we want to reach our true potential. It is through collaboration, cooperation, and working together that we could actually contribute to our fullest potential. And dear children, it's an award. So till the time the award is being given, I think let's keep making some background noise.
Going to be working with governments and trying to persuade governments to essentially support this process. And I was very excited when I heard last night that your country, together with Brazil and South Africa, has just issued a document, literally 24 hours ago. It covers a whole range of issues, concerns of what is called the Global South. You know, India, Brazil, South Africa are three of the most one of the largest countries in the Global South. In one of the paragraphs of this document, they are calling for what is called an Article 109 review conference. This is a very important development, and we have been asking for this in the last year or two. We have been very active in promoting the idea of a review conference. Let me just elaborate a little bit here. This charter, because many countries were very uncomfortable with the notion of the veto at the San Francisco conference, to placate them and to induce them to sign the charter, the Article 109 was introduced, which says that within a 10-year period, we can have a review conference where we can re-examine the adequacy of the charter. That conference has never taken place. It's been 79 years. This document is the same document of 1945. The world has changed in multiple ways. And so we have been saying, let's trigger Article 109. Let's have that review conference. Let's have that conversation. We absolutely need it in light of all the global catastrophic risks that we face in coming years and decades, right? So for that reason, I am very encouraged that these three very important countries have finally come around and are calling for a review conference. And we, this civil society coalition, which is working on building up the support for this initiative in civil society all over the world, are going to be approaching other governments, you know, to join this group to call for an Article 109 conference. I am going to Helsinki in early December. I am making a presentation of the second charter to Ministry of Finance officials, Ministry of Foreign Affairs officials in Helsinki. And one of the things I will try to do is I'm going to say, join the Brazilians, join the Indians and the South Africans. Let's get together a group of a dozen countries. let's meet in New York early next year and let's begin to agitate, for the holding of this conference. We absolutely need to have the conversation. And at that conference, guess what? We already have a proposal. Of course, what eventually comes out of that conference will be up to the states. They may like some of these things and they may not like some of them. It doesn't matter. This is a contribution to a debate. This is not the final word. If you read the introduction, and if you are time constrained, you can stop there because the introduction will give you a sense of the scope of the project and the proposals that we're making. You will see this document is a humble document. We're not saying we have all the answers. We don't. But we are saying we need to have that conversation on how we could go about amending our global governance architecture. And if we don't have that conversation, then we're headed in a very dangerous path, a path of much suffering for human life. And I am especially concerned for you young people, because you're the ones who are going to bear the cost of many of the things that are likely to happen if we do nothing, like the impact of climate change. And God forbid, the impact of a possible war between the nuclear powers and so on. We have to avoid those outcomes. We have to do something to get the world on a better path, a path of peace, prosperity, stability. I know that I haven't touched all the aspects of the questions that you have raised. I apologize for that, but I also want to be respectful of the next speaker. It's not unfair for, we have been running a bit late the whole morning, so I don't feel too guilty, but I would like to suggest that we now give the microphone to our next speaker, our distinguished judge from Guyana. Please. Thank you, my friends. You have been an attentive audience.
Thanks to Dr. Augusto Lopez and Ms. Shadi. And I think we actually internalized some of the things which we heard, did we? You have to make me hear it. The yes is not audible. Thank you. We are very fortunate to have with us Honorable Mr. Justice Karl Ashok Singh, former Chancellor and Head of the Judiciary of Guyana and Chairman of the Constitution Reform Commission of Guyana. And it's always been a delight to hear you, sir. He has been a regular visitor to these conferences, and he has interacted with generations of CMS, actually. So let's put our hands together, warmly welcome, sir. And he will be speaking to you directly from here, and we'll be taking a few questions at the end of his particular speech. Okay, so may I remove this for you? Should I remove
this? Yes. That threw me down yesterday.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, fellow students. Just in case you are worried about my salutation, fellow students, I want to say to you that for me, every day is a learning experience, and I'm a subscriber to the maxim that one is never too old to learn. So I will also tell you that I have learned much from all of the distinguished speakers who went before me at this event. Having made those opening remarks, I feel that it would be remiss of me And indeed, I feel compelled to record my deep sympathy here at the passing of Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, who over the years became a friend and a brother to me. I have been asked to speak with you on the theme climate change and environmental justice. On this theme, let me make to you a candid admission. Climate change and its attendant study involves a lot of scientific and technical details. And I admit to you, I am not a scientist. I am a lawyer. I probably know as much about climate change as you do. So what I'm about to say to you is the result of my research on the subject. A good starting point on this topic, in my view, is to ask and answer the question, what is meant by climate change? An article on the web page of the BBC explains climate change to be the long-term shift in the Earth's average temperatures and weather conditions. The World Met Organization, which continuously monitors evolving shift in global temperatures, has noted that between 2014 to 2023, the world was on average around 1.2 degrees centigrade warmer than it was during the late 19th century. A phenomenon that is the result of climate change is global warming. This is not a complicated expression. You know what happens when something grows warm, and you know what the word global means. In other words, we are experiencing a rise in global temperatures. Over the course of history, there has been a naturally occurring change in the climate of our planet. So, for example, in some deserts around the world, scientists found evidence of the existence of flowing water, which no longer now exists. It is said that the Bering Strait, which separates the continents of Asia and North America, around 20 to 30,000 years ago, was a bridge of ice, which facilitated a significant migration of animals and humans. Today, because of changing temperatures, that bridge of ice, for the large part, remains molten. The temperatures we experience in the world currently, the searing heat that we feel from the sun, are not explainable as the result of natural causes. Science has established that what we commonly refer to as global warming is the result of human activity on our planet, mainly through the widespread use of fossil fuels, that is, coal, oil, and gas, in our forms of transport, in our homes, and in our factories. Our understanding of climate change is further helped by our understanding of how the use of fossil fuels exacerbates the problems of global warming. The explanation is that when fossil fuels burn, they release what are known as greenhouse gases, mostly the gas known as carbon dioxide. This gas acts like a blanket, trapping extra energy in the atmosphere near the Earth's surface, and this causes global temperatures to rise, and the planet becomes hotter. Many people, however, place the present causes of climate change at the feet of the developed world, many going as far back as the Industrial Revolution, when, in particular, Europe, the world saw the mechanization of manufacturing industry. I believe you know the story of the Indian textile industry, which through the hand-operated looms produced the finest cloth imaginable. I was pained to read and learn that during the period of British occupation of India, and to facilitate the growth and development of England's textile industry, British agents in India destroyed the looms of Indian weavers, and not being satisfied with that, broke the fingers of the Indian weavers. This was their endeavor to stultify the Indian hand-operated manufacture of textile. Today, many of the world's developed countries registered their concern about global warming and are calling on developing countries to take positive steps to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. But note that this developed world built both its developed cities and economies through manufacturing and other industries utilizing fossil fuels, thereby contributing in no ordinary measure to today's state of global warming. This leads to a story I want to tell you, if perhaps you don't know it already. My country, Guyana, was until recently a very underdeveloped country. Then, a few years ago, an American oil company discovered significant deposits of oil off the coast of Guyana. Subsequently, As a petroleum-producing state, Guyana, hitherto an underdeveloped country, began to benefit from significant cash inflows from the extraction and sale of its petroleum reserves, which now allows Guyana to develop its hitherto neglected infrastructure, educational and medical facilities, and to take steps to improve social services for the people of Guyana. A BBC journalist, in a recent interview of our President, His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, pointed out to him that our production of almost $150 billion of petroleum reserves will produce more than 2 billion tons of carbon emissions, which will come from the seabed in that production. President Ali, for most Guyanese, made two fitting responses. The President responded by saying, one, Guyana had and maintained a forest the size of England and Wales combined that stores approximately 19.5 gigatons of carbon. Forests that the people of Guyana kept alive, and these forests helped the world to absorb tons of carbon dioxide annually. You remember that I said to you that carbon dioxide was one of the main greenhouse gases that contribute to global warming. When the BBC journalist referred President Ali to a statement by Greenpeace, an environmental watchdog group, that our fossil fuel should be kept in the ground, President Ali caustically inquired of the journalist whether he or Greenpeace would bear the cost of all the development programs aimed at improving the lives and well-being of the people of Guyana. This is a good point at which to look at the effects of climate change manifested through global warming. Recently, we have seen more frequent and intense extreme weather, such as heat waves and heavy rainfall. We have seen rapid melting glaciers and ice sheets contributing to a rise in sea levels. We have seen a huge decline in Arctic sea ice, and we have seen warmer oceans which fuel more intense storms and hurricanes, and which damage subterranean life, such as coral reefs. You recall yesterday, Dr. Lopez Claros told us that climate change was an existential threat to the existence of humankind on the planet. Indeed, the evidence of this threat has been with us for a while. For example, in 2022, more than 20 million people in East Africa as a result of extreme temperatures, resulting in a drought in that area, were faced with food shortages and faced the severe risk of hunger. In that same year, heat waves across Europe led to an abnormal increase of heat-induced deaths across the continent. Closer to India, in Bangladesh, earlier this year, searing heat forced the closure of schools, affecting 33 million students. Similar school closure was reported in the Philippines. The unusually high temperatures that were experienced posed particularly grave risks to newborn babies and to infants. Just a few weeks ago, and closer home, India experienced heavy rains and floods, which affected several parts of the country, killing scores of people and caused thousands of others to be displaced. One report notes that climate change has made monsoon rains more erratic, with massive rainfall in a short period of time, followed by prolonged dry spells. A BBC report bearing the caption, quote, "The flying rivers causing devastating floods in India," end of quote. The report notes that, quote, "Scientists say that a type of storm known as an atmospheric river is making things worse with a significant increase in moisture because of global warming." Also known as flying rivers, these storms are huge, invisible ribbons of water vapor that are born in warm oceans as seawater evaporates. The water vapor forms a band or a column in the lower part of the atmosphere, which moves from the tropics to the cooler latitudes and is then dumped as rain or snow, devastating enough to cause floods or deadly avalanches. Interestingly, it is said that these rivers in the sky carry about 90% of the total water vapor that move across the mid-latitudes of the Earth and have, on an average, twice the regular flow of the Amazon River by its discharge volume of water. For India, meteorologists say that the warming of the Indian Ocean has heated flying rivers that are influencing monsoon rains between June and September. This is perhaps an opportune moment to get to territory with which I am perhaps a little bit more familiar. The second limb of the topic of our conversation is on the topic of environmental justice. It would be useful to offer a definition of the expression environmental justice. It is defined as the fair treatment of people of all races, income, and cultures with respect to the development, implementation, and enforcement of environmental laws, regulations, and policies, and their meaningful involvement in the decision-making processes of the government. The importance of an environmental legal framework assumes significance and importance when consideration is given to the fact that a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is considered the very foundation of human life. The United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights has referred to humanity's triple crisis. 1, climate change. 2, pollution. And 3, nature loss. These have a direct impact on a broad range of human rights, including the right to adequate food, water, education, housing, and even the right to life itself. The pressures that humanity exerts on our planet have prompted scientists to contend that humans have become a dominant force, rivaling the forces of nature in the balance of our environment. They warn that we have been crossing all boundaries that are a precondition to our survival. Extreme and harsh climatic events already taking place are putting strong pressures on people in every region, forcing millions into misery, hunger, and displacement. Environmental impacts affect all people, but the consequences are most acutely felt by populations that are already in vulnerable or marginalized situations. In other words, the poor people of the world will be the most affected. In a study entitled Environmental Justice, Comparative Experiences in Legal Empowerment, the United Nations Development Programme proposed a three-pronged approach for engaging in environmental justice. The proposals were: 1, the establishment of enabling legal frameworks at national and international levels, applying innovative and human rights-based approaches for respecting, protecting, and fulfilling environmental rights, notably the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. Secondly, strengthening people-centered and effective institutions, especially those related to justice and human rights, to ensure they are accessible to all populations within their purview and are equipped to monitor, enforce, and implement environmental laws, as well as promote the environmental rights of current and future generations. And thirdly, to increase access to justice and legal empowerment in environmental and climate change matters, so that people can be active players in countering environmental challenges by enforcing, claiming, and defending their environmental rights. In the Constitution of my country, Guyana, there is provision in the Fundamental Rights section of the Constitution for the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. The constitutional provision creates for the people of Guyana the right to an environment that is not harmful to his or her health or well-being, and casts on every citizen a duty to participate in activities designed to improve the environment and protect the health of the nation. Similarly, Article 151A of the Constitution of India provides that it shall be the duty of every citizen of India to protect and improve the natural environment. There are two cases I found from the United States of America which illustrate how a people who are conscious of their environmental rights can approach the courts in pursuit of environmental justice. In the 1970s, residents of East Houston, Texas, approached the court alleging that a decision to place a garbage dump in their neighborhood was racially motivated. The court found that the landfill would affect the entire nature of the community, its land values, and the health and safety of its inhabitants. In 1982, African Americans in Warren County in North Carolina protested a decision to place a highly toxic substance landfill in their community. They argued that the site was chosen because those who lived in close proximity were a minority and were poor people. It was established in this case that there was a high likelihood of groundwater contamination by placing this highly toxic landfill site in that particular area. On environmental matters, while a state has a duty to provide and maintain a healthy environment, we, as responsible citizens, must conduct our lives with that degree of responsibility so as to protect our own well-being and the well-being of generations to come. Thank you for listening. I'll stay here. Yeah. But you know, ma'am, are you looking at the time?
So students, do you have questions? We will be able to take only 2 questions here. I see this eager bevy of, can you club your questions and come up quickly? Just 2 questions, yeah. You can speak your, just 2, all right?
Greetings, sir. How can a nation contribute to international peace of justice by persuading the policy of sustainable development and positive climate action?
Excuse me. Excuse me. You have to help me. The accent is giving me some trouble.
Sir, how can a nation contribute to international peace of justice by persuading the policy of sustainable development and positive climate action?
How can a nation have, maybe you can read yourself. Beta, isko make it bigger. How can a nation contribute to international peace?
Yes. I'll answer that first. The activities of a state that are clearly injurious to the well-being of the environment can result in friction between neighboring states. I've known of circumstances where emissions from factories, smoke, filters over into other countries, and that became a source of conflict. So that the practice of environmentally rather safe environmental practices eliminates the potential for conflict and promotes peace, in my view.
Greetings, sir. How does the judiciary balance environmental protection with the need for economic development, such as oil and gas exploration?
You give me the question. Can you make it brighter?
I gave you the example of my own country, Guyana, where it was being suggested. Guyana was, before the discovery of oil a few years ago, was an extremely poor country. People were living in very impoverished circumstances. The discovery of oil brought hope, because that hope was accompanied by cash. And cash brought betterment for people, better roads, better schools, better hospitals, better medical care for people. Governments have, in circumstances like those, to weigh the situation whether the greenhouse gas emission, which naturally flows from petroleum activity, whether the demands for improved conditions in your country, whether that's a greater demand than the concern for greenhouse gas. It would be irresponsible of a government not to be concerned about greenhouse gas emissions. And so there are steps that can be taken to control greenhouse gas emission. Governments can actively promote the planting of trees. Governments can reduce deforestation. And of course, one singular cause of greenhouse gas emission is flaring. Flaring is employed when petroleum exploration companies burn the excess gas that flows from their exploration activities. So that gas can be converted to productive use. You can generate electricity with it. It can be commercialized for cooking purposes of cooking gas. So there are measures that can be taken by responsible governments to counter the greenhouse gas emission and its effects. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks to Justice Kalashok for that. I think it was a very eye-opening kind of a speech where he focused on so many different parts of the world and how it is actually affecting us all. So thank you, dear students. You were an attentive audience, and we really enjoyed having you here. Thanks to Justice Ashok for explaining to us so beautifully what our challenges are and how to mitigate them. So thank you. Goodbye. Hope you will have a restful rest of the day. And dear dignitaries, please proceed for lunch. We will be back at 2:30 because we do not wish to further delay the session. Thank you.
25th International Conference of the Chief Justices of the World at City Montessori School, Lucknow.
This 25th year, we reach out to the world, asking for a better global governance which empowers each one of us present here today.
The ICCJW, envisioned by late Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, is more than just a conference. It is a platform where the world's greatest legal minds unite to discuss solutions to global challenges, solutions that are vital to safeguarding the future of children everywhere. It is conducted with one noble purpose: to advocate for the creation of a world government that ensures peace, protects human rights, and secures a sustainable world for generations to come.
A very warm welcome to all eminent guests at this 25th International Conference of Chief Justices of the World. It is my particular pleasure to welcome this morning the Law and Justice Minister of India, Honorable Mr. Arjun Ram Meghwalji. It's a pleasure to introduce him to you. We have amongst us Honorable Mr. Arjun Ram Meghwalji, Union Minister of Law and Justice, Government of India. I would also like very much to introduce Honorable Mr. Jitin Prasad, Union Minister of State in the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Minister of State for Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. Friends, I would like very much to request you to applaud for both of our most eminent guests that have joined us this morning.
Friends, this is the 25th glorious year of our conference, its Silver Jubilee. But one thing that stands out as an overwhelming fact about our conference this year is that the life and soul of this conference, the founder and convener of this conference continuously for the past 24 years, my dear father, revered late Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, is not here physically this year. He passed away in January, as many of you know who have come to this conference several times before. My father, you know him as a passionate person, somebody who was deeply passionate about world unity and who worked tirelessly with unremitting zeal, indefatigably for world unity, right to the end. He lived for it. He devised many ways of conveying this idea to students and to adults in India and abroad. And one of those ways was the organization of this annual conference of Chief Justices of the world. I know many of you who admired him for his infectious enthusiasm for world unity will miss him terribly today. We at CMS are committed to carrying forward his legacy and his express wish that this conference continue.
I'm glad I got this opportunity to be with you, and also sad that the person behind this institution is not with us, but his ideals, his vision, and his commitment and his passion will be taken forward by Professor Sunita Gandhi and all the faculty and all of us assembled here. And to take that forward, this conference has great significance and meaning, and people like you who have come from across the world have assembled to deliberate, to bring best practices, to collaborate, because that's the way of the world now. We have across the globe, our Prime Minister, Honorable Narendra Modi ji, is in Rio, while we speak on the G20, where the theme of hunger and poverty, removing poverty is the theme. And also, as far as the judiciary is concerned, it's become very international. No country can remain in silos. And I'd welcome the opportunity of individually meeting any one of you who would want to, so that we could discuss more and take best practices forward. But this conference has special meaning to me, like I said. I'm very thankful and glad that I got invited, and I'm thankful to you who have come all the way from across various parts of the world to have taken time out and visit India.
It seems to me, and I hope you will agree, that the global governance architecture that came out of the San Francisco Conference in 1945 with the adoption of the United Nations Charter is no longer fit for purpose. It is not working and delivering peace and security and prosperity in the way that we had anticipated nearly 80 years ago. And the signs of this are multiple. Wherever you cast a glance, you can see the system under great stress, and this is having all kinds of implications for mankind's welfare.
Now the topic is a governance for the future. And what is the organ of the governance? One is executive, okay? Second is a legislative wing, okay, I'm right now? And third is judiciary. And I think you all belongs to legal fraternity, means from judiciary sides. And the best model of the governance is one we think in a coordinated manner, that is the best way of the governance. If any organ thinks that my way is the highway, then that is not the best model of the governance. That is my formula.
Thank you very much to Honorable Shri Arjun Ram Meghwal ji, Union Minister for Law and Justice, Government of India, for making the point about a holistic approach to improvement of governance, which also takes into account
Good afternoon,
all
everybody.
aspects of the
I
human
request the
being.
campuses who are there for the afternoon session to please settle down quickly. Because as it is, we are late by an hour. So we would like to begin on time so that we can make up for the lost time, please. In the meantime, there's an announcement for the protocol officers that you can get the interpretation sets for your guests from the counters on the right. Protocol officers, if you're there inside the auditorium, in case you require the interpretation sets, you can get them from the counters that are there on the right side. Please ensure that no chairs in the front are empty. There's a lot of gap that side on my left, teacher in charges, and if the PTs are there inside the auditorium, please ensure that there are no gaps in between and you start filling the chairs from the front row. The children can also sit on these wooden sofas, like you can leave the first, second, third. First 4 rows you can leave, first 5, and then you can please shift. That side also you can leave the first 3 rows on my left. These girls where you're sitting, yeah, that's absolutely, that's appropriate. No, yeah, you can fill, you can start filling. We request the ones who are sitting at the back, you know, they can also move in. Please do it quickly, teacher in charges. See that there are no empty chairs and sofas. And no gaps are left in between. The empty chairs can be left empty at the back, not in the front rows. Mr. Sudhanshu, are you there in the auditorium? Ma'am, why are these green chairs empty over here? Manju ma'am? Okay. The last row, teachers, can be brought to the 3rd row of the sofas also over here. You can leave only the 1st, 2nd and 3rd row. Then the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th row of sofas can also be occupied by children. Only leave the 1st, 2nd and 3rd row for our guests and for our respected members of the management and other people. Has anybody seen any key lying in the auditorium?
Anywhere, one of the guests has lost the key of their room. Even these 2 rows of sofas are empty. If few children can come and sit here also. Don't shift the first ones now. The last ones who are walking. Ma'am, if Kanpur Road is there, I think so today. So the Kanpur Road teachers, if you could bring your children from the 4th and the 5th row, please. 4th, 5th, 6th row could be occupied. Quickly, children, because we need to begin with the session. Yeah. We are leaving the first 3 rows for the management, for the principal, for our esteemed guests. Yeah, and the children can occupy the rest of the seats. No, we can leave the first 3 sofas, I think so, for the guests and for the respected members of the management and the principals. In the balcony also, I request all of you to quickly settle down, please. And again, I can see children in the balcony going to the rear end of the balcony. You're requested to occupy the seats from the first row, please. This key has been found. If anybody can own up for this, please. The children who are standing in the auditorium, you're requested to please be seated. Quickly, please. The ones who are standing at the back. These boys who are standing over here in the middle, if you want Sudhanshu, sir, they can occupy the second sofa this side. The third sofa set. The third row. Yes. If they want, all right. That's fine. A very good afternoon and Jai Jagat to all. The world needs a new model of global governance that is more inclusive, more equitable, and more effective. On this note, I welcome you all to yet another panel discussion of this 25th International Conference of the Chief Justices of the World. Barack Obama said, and I quote, "Global governance requires collective action, shared responsibility, and a commitment to the common goal." I unquote. Taking this conference forward with yet another enriching session, the motive is to build a more effective and inclusive system of global governance that can address the complex challenges of the 21st century. With these words, I would take this opportunity to welcome on stage the students of City Montessori School for their presentation on youth and future generations.
Good afternoon, everyone. Franklin D. Roosevelt once said, "We cannot always build the future for our youth, but we can build the youth for our future." This quote enlightens the shared responsibility for us to empower the youth to thrive. However, the reality today is extremely challenging. Youth face immense pressure bound by the generations of expectations placed upon us. Worse, we are often not included in decisions about our own future, leading to stifled growth and silenced voices. To combat this, we must include the youth in policy making, ensure quality education for all, prioritize sustainable development, and make sure we respect rights for human dignity and equality. Moving forward, looking to the future, it's imperative for us to realize that balanced growth requires openness to new ideas and global collaboration. The government must recognize the value of the youth and provide us with merit-based opportunities, access to education, and resources that help us reach our full potential. We can live in a world that is driven by innovation, sustainability, and development only if we work together.
The youth of today are the leaders, innovators, and change makers of tomorrow. But to realize their full potential, they need two critical pillars: quality education and a strong judiciary. Quality education is not just about acquiring knowledge, it's about developing skills and critical thinking. It empowers individuals, and the judiciary is the guardian of our rights, ensuring justice and upholding the rule of law, as well as safeguarding the rights of young workers. Our journey towards a brighter future doesn't end here. We, as young people, must demand quality education, advocate for a strong judiciary, and stand up for the rights of all. Let us build a future where education and justice are not just ideas, but realities for all.
Louis McMaster Bajol said, "The dead cannot cry out for the future, but the duty of the living is so for them." The judiciary plays a vital role in protecting people in conflict zones and ensuring their rights and well-being. Mechanisms like Colombia's special jurisdiction for peace and the ICC's ban on child soldier highlights this commitment. Strict laws against child soldier recruitment, specialized rehabilitation programs, and enhanced judicial training are essential. This holistic approach empowers youth to rebuild lives, break cycles of violence, and contribute to sustainable peace while upholding justice, humanity, and human rights.
It is the spirit and not the form of law that keeps the judiciary alive, said Sir Earl Warren. Our youth, prone to peer pressure, social media comparison, and inadequate support, persevere to unite people and lead social movements. To make our efforts fruitful, we need sustainable development and quality education, intellectual, moral, and spiritual. I urge the judiciary to involve youth in decision-making so our voices are not silenced. Support systems must foster innovation and provide resources, empowering the youth to unlock opportunities and break cycles of inequality and poverty for a brighter future.
Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere.
Today, as the voice of the youth, I ask with great reverence for security of our future. And it's evident that this security starts with the judiciary and circles back to it in the end. We ask for the government and corporations to be held accountable for their actions may doom us all. We ask for climate change to be addressed and policies on environmental protection to be formed. We ask for the judiciary to act as a saving grace and create legal precedents that prioritize sustainability. Before we move to the conclusion, I would like to ask a question to all the people sitting here. What is the future if not the voice of the ones left standing? I would like to conclude with a quote from Willie Stargell. That's where the future lies, in the youth of today. And as a youth of today, we ask for a secure future, stable environment, and hope, with great reverence, to not be the last to have our voices heard. Thank you, and Jai Jagat.
Thank you indeed. That was a very, very powerful appeal from the youth of today. So I think they deserve a better applause from all of you. It was your voice that was being presented over here by your friends. So thank you, dear students, for that powerful presentation and a passionate appeal. We are proud of your commitment in making the world a better place. Now it's time to welcome our esteemed panelists and honored attendees who will engage us in a thought-provoking discussion on global governance. Global governance requires a deep understanding of global issues, international relations, and the role of different stakeholders in shaping global outcomes. So let us put our hands together and welcome our distinguished panelists for the day. Thank you for taking the cue from there, dear children. Our distinguished panelists for this session are Honorable Mr. Justice Luke Malaba, Chief Justice, Supreme Court, Zimbabwe. Honorable Mr. Justice Diallo Mamadou Bhatia, President, Constitutional Council, Mauritania. Honorable Justice Dr. Manuel Silva Gomes Crevet, President, Supreme Court of Justice, Sao Tome and Principe. Honorable Justice Dr. Francisco Buffa, Judge, Supreme Court, Italy. Honorable Mr. Justice Abdullah Abu Raziza, President, Supreme Court, Libya. And the session will be presided over by Honorable Mr. Justice Luke Malaba, Chief Justice, Supreme Court, Zimbabwe. If we have Honorable Mr. Justice Andre Safela Leno, President, 3rd Civil, Commercial and Social Chamber, Supreme Court, Guinea, you're also requested to be on stage. I request all the panelists whose names have been called out to please be on stage for the session. And dear audience, you need to applaud our panelists for the day. Thank you, children. Now, I take this opportunity to welcome Honorable Mr. Justice Luke Malaba, Chief Justice, Supreme Court of Zimbabwe, for the address.
Thank you, everybody. It is a great pleasure indeed to stand here addressing this very august gathering of current and future leaders. Not only leaders of India, but future leaders of the world. However, we start on a sad note, which is that we don't have in our presence the man, an international luminary, who has been behind all the conventions, the conferences, the meetings of all the distinguished guests over the years in these premises. There is no doubt, therefore, that all of us will miss Dr. Jagdish Gandhi. We therefore take this occasion as a solemn occasion befitting the memories of this great man. It is a befitting occasion to remember his everlasting legacy. I understood when I sat there that his dear daughter, Professor Sunita Gandhi Kingdon, has dedicated herself and committed herself to continue with the good work her father has been doing. We congratulate her for that. A lot has been said ever since yesterday about many subjects of concern, about an institution that started as an institution of hope, an institution of great expectations, not just to those who participated in the sharing of the powers of that institution, but particularly to those who would, over these years, 8 years, suffer the effects of the decisions of those sitting in that institution. The expectations were very simple and straightforward at that time. And they were that we were having a United Nations. We were having a body of United Nations, not a body of united or disunited big powers. What did that mean at law? What did it mean at international law? It meant that we are having a body that has dedicated itself through those who were prepared to establish this body on the principles of law. It meant that those people were committed and accepted the obligations of the international law. And one of the fundamental obligations, ladies and gentlemen, of international law is respect for the sovereignty and equality of nations. That is a fundamental principle. Without the respect of the sovereignty and equality of nations, you cannot succeed in enforcing peace and security. No matter how powerful you are, I can tell you here, every one of us, every person on this earth desires justice. Every human being, if you are a human being, that is enough to demand that intrinsic value is so inherent in me as a human being to demand to be treated fairly is so inherent. I don't have to negotiate it. I don't have to negotiate my demand for justice. That is why once you are a human being, be a child, be it an adult, the oldest of all adults, the fundamental factor of equality is that you are all human. And you deserve that respect of your dignity. And that is the basic reason why we had the United Nations Charter. We had the United Nations Charter to defend people, to defend human beings. That is why we had the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights. That is the reason why out of the Declaration of Human Rights was born all these conventions, all the treaties that guarantee human rights. They were born out of the Charter. They went to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Universal. And the fundamental concept of universality is human dignity. That is the fundamental concept of the universality, the commonality which brings us all here together and makes us feel equal, is that we are human. Now, if that is the concept, and I think it is, where have things gone wrong? Where have things gone wrong? We declared the ideal, but the practice is totally a negation of that ideal. The practice is totally a negation of the ideal. Now, I want to show you a diversion here. It's a very important distinction you want to carry home. And it is this. Because the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was embodied in this document and was transferred to documents that made human rights binding on states. Because of that, for example, the Convention on Political and Civil Rights, the Convention on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, the Convention on the Protection of Women Against Discrimination, the Convention on the Protection of the Rights of Children. Those, because that is what happened, the states that became members of those conventions bound themselves. And you will see the difference with what we are looking at in the Security Council. Then we traveled this journey that left the Security Council stuck in the past. There was that anachronism, that anomaly. This journey has traveled, I tell you today, very well, because it involved the judiciary. Yes, it involved the judiciaries. I will tell you now that as judiciaries, we have been united by these bodies. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, all these conventions of entrenching human rights. What did that mean? It meant all our constitutions world over entrench all these rights. And they also entrench the protective provisions. And they force us judges, particularly constitutional court judges at the highest level, the Supreme Courts. That is why you find that your Supreme Court, the Supreme Court of India, is very, very, very reputable. Its decisions are followed in many jurisdictions. Yes. We followed, we apply the decisions of the Supreme Court of India. The reason is simple. We share the common principles. We share the values which are entrenched in those provisions that become part of our constitutions. So when I sit in Zimbabwe and think, for example, I'll give a very simple example, the rights of the girl child. I think of the Indian precedent. I think of what is the constitutions of other world countries like India done. I look at all that, and it helps me because the environment is the same. The problems are the same. The manner of reasoning is the same. And I can tell you that because of that, we applied the law in Zimbabwe to abolish child marriages. You can't marry a person under the age of 18 in Zimbabwe anymore. And we were the first court in Africa to do that. We abolished. Because it was a violation of the rights of the child, which are found in the Convention on the Protection of Rights of Children. And we interpreted that because those rights said a child is anyone below the age of 18. That is what they say. And our law cannot contradict that. So when I interpret that law in Zimbabwe, wherever you are, you must apply that. And we even said, look, the age of sexual consent can't be for a child who is under 18. You can't. You can't. We have said in Zimbabwe, no. There is no person under 18 who can be said to consent to sexual relationship. We said you can't even beat up a child who is offended. Corporal punishment. We abolished it. We abolished corporal punishment. And because of that, we even went on to say religion is a freedom. You cannot force a child to sing, for example, in a school, to sing a song that offends his or her religion. For example, in this case, there was a case where school children were being forced, no matter what religion, they were being forced. Not that they were voluntarily taking part. They were being forced to sing a song, make some form of a prayer where they were praising the national flag. And these children came to court and said, no, I cannot be made to sing and sing praise to a national flag because in my religion, a national flag is representing a human thing. It's not a spiritual. And we said, if that is the belief of these children in their religion, they should not be forced. They should do it voluntarily. You can't force them. So you can see that. But I want to conclude just by saying, what we have done in this journey you can see. We can be approached by children. I think that is what is happening under the Indian Constitution. Our Constitution is very broad, provides litigation to anyone. You can be approached in public interest litigation. The children can be represented by organizations, which has happened a number of times. And I can tell you, the Indian Supreme Court has upheld a number of cases of public interest litigation. And that has had an influence in a number of other jurisdictions. But more importantly, because of these decisions we have made, the legislatures have reacted. They have abolished. They have put laws that abolish all these laws that we said they are unconstitutional. So you can bring anything. For example, if you have a problem with environmental degradation, you can bring it into court. Does it affect your life, the right to life? You can bring a case saying that. That environmental degradation from a mine, for example, is affecting the community. We don't have to wait, as we have been doing, until we have the Security Council react. It will never react. But you can see that the judiciary is very, very effective. And because of that decision, they influence the policy of legislatures, laws are changed, and people then have protected their rights. And unfortunately, just to end, I think personally, the mistake happened right from the day one in 1945. That is where the whole problem came. The original idea of the United Nations was very good. It was based on values. It was based on human dignity. It was based on self-determination. The United Nations as a body was based on nations of people. Nations of people. Not nations in the form of entities, lifeless entities, countries that you can't sort of know who is living there. You just say it's a country. That is what has happened. Then, because of that, countries that were in the Security Council, they just shared amongst themselves the spoils of the World War II. They were sharing. Take this one, take that one, take this, take that power, take that. We will not fight each other. That is what happened. They were the victors. They were thinking victorious at that time. Where was India? India came independent after that. Where was Zimbabwe? Zimbabwe came independent after that. Many countries became independent after that. But we were no longer considered as nations of any significance. We, the people of those nations, were forgotten. What took over in the Security Council clearly is greed for power. Greed for power. Those countries in the Security Council simply saw power and started now using mighty. Once you use mighty, how powerful I am, I must say this one is not powerful, I don't care about them. Yes, once you think of power like that, you think of might. You don't think of justice. You don't think of equality. You don't think of it. You want to take. That is what is happening now. They will continue fighting, and we in the third world, the developing countries, must emphasize that you cannot run any institution on might. You must run an institution on values. That is what it is. That is why in Africa, that is why in Africa we identify, yes, that is why in Africa we identify, I can tell you now, clearly, we don't identify much with some of those big powers because they will never let go their dominance on us. But we identify with India. The reason is that India went through the same processes that we have experienced. It was a colony. Yes. India was a colony. It fought for its independence. Zimbabwe was a colony. It fought for its independence. And one wonders, why did we have to even fight for our liberation? Take up arms to fight, to be free. When the Security Council and the other bodies were there already, it shows that they were not interested in that. What they were interested in is the resources. Get as much resources from the rich countries. Like Zimbabwe is very rich. A lot of minerals, gold, lithium, you can talk about it. Now they are talking of discovery of oil and gas in Zimbabwe. You will see what will happen. You will see, we will now be having a lot of these problems because of that oil. So it's all the oil, not about the people who live there. But we are saying global governance must be based on values. We are very simple on that. Based on values, principles, respect of people. So I hope I've been of any use to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Global governance must be based on values. Indeed, a very, very beautiful and powerful thought, and I think we can applaud, sir, for such a powerful session, an insightful session. So thank you, Honorable Justice Luke Malaba, for your insightful presentation and for sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you at the onset for remembering our respected founder manager. Though sir is not there with us physically today, but every member of CMS is connected with him spiritually. And also a big thank you to you for acknowledging the efforts of our respected Geeta ma'am, manager CMS and convener of this conference, for convening this conference so successfully. And last but not the least, thank you for appreciating the Constitution of India and how our Constitution of this country and the laws laid by the Constitution of India and the Supreme Court have helped you in taking some real big decisions in your own country. For example, abolishing child marriages or right to follow a faith. Thank you, sir, for that. Thank you, children, for doing that. Thank you. Yes. Now I would like to welcome on stage Honorable Mr. Justice Diallo Mamadou Bhatia, President, Constitutional Council, Mauritania, for sharing his thoughts.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mesdames, Messieurs, chers étudiants, comme je vais parler en français et que le français n'est pas la langue de la grande majorité de l'auditoire ici, je ne vais pas vous ennuyer en faisant un très long discours. Je vais résumer l'essentiel de ce que je vais dire en quelques mots en français. Et la substance de tout cela vous sera lue par le traducteur qui est ici. Et donc, vous allez avoir une idée du message que je veux passer ici. Tout d'abord, je suis très heureux de prendre la parole devant cet auditoire et je remercie les organisateurs de m'avoir donné cette occasion pour pouvoir vous parler, échanger avec vous par rapport aux questions importantes que nous sommes en train de discuter depuis hier. Tout d'abord, je me permettrai, à l'instar de tous ceux qui ont intervenu depuis hier, de saluer la mémoire de Dr Jagdish Gandhi, qui est le père fondateur de cette conférence. Je suis sûr que son œuvre se poursuivra quand on voit la richesse de l'héritage qu'il a laissé. Le thème de cette deuxième conférence, la gouvernance mondiale, sera toujours un thème d'actualité. Parce qu'en fin de compte, finalement, le but ultime de toute gouvernance, et donc de toute bonne gouvernance, est de parvenir à la paix et au bonheur de l'humanité. Ce dont nous sommes loin, très malheureusement, parce que jusqu'à aujourd'hui, nous assistons à un monde violent qui continue d'être agité et à un monde où chaque jour, la planète est encore beaucoup plus agressée. Par rapport aux défis pour relever tout cela, je pense que nos efforts sont utiles. Non seulement ils sont utiles, mais ils doivent être continus pour qu'on puisse, par notre lutte, à parvenir à la paix et à la justice qui sont nos objectifs principaux. Je suis sûr que cette conférence-ci, à laquelle je participe pour la deuxième fois, mais qui existe depuis 25 ans, va certainement contribuer à atteindre cet objectif. Parce que cette conférence est un carrefour dans lequel les idées que nous confrontons chaque année nous permettent d'avancer par rapport à cette situation. S'il y a un message que j'aimerais bien que l'on retienne à l'occasion de cette 25e conférence, et ce message, je voulais non seulement qu'il figure dans les résultats de cette conférence, mais qu'on puisse chacun l'emporter chez nous. Ce message est que nous tous ici présents, qui avons participé à cette conférence, et d'autres qui ont participé à d'autres conférences, je pense que nous sommes tous héritiers du docteur Jagdish Gandhi. Nous devons continuer de défendre le précieux héritage qu'il nous a laissé. Et j'espère que nous y parviendrons. Je vous remercie et il va vous traduire ce que j'ai dit en anglais. Thank you very much. I am sorry I don't speak English. Donc I speak French. Mais I hope my message, vous allez le comprendre à travers ce qu'il veut dire. Thank you very much.
Good evening to each and everyone present here. I'm very happy to be here to the part of the 25th Conference of the International Justice of Chief Justices. First of all, allow me to pay my heartfelt contribution and the tribute to late Mr. Jagdish Gandhi for his contribution toward the education and creating such a beautiful environment for the students and for the people working here. And I'm very sure that you all will follow his footsteps and will continue his rich legacy to make the theme of the 25th Conference of Chief Justice a successful event. As we have a few more years, and I believe discuss this, the ultimate goal of such organization and such conferences is to bring the peace and the well-being of the human beings. But unfortunately, we all are living in an era of war, in an era of violence and agitation, and each day we are becoming more and more aggressive. This is a reason why we need such more conferences to contribute toward the equality, toward the beautiful, peaceful nation from all across the world. And certainly, I hope certainly, all these people present here will contribute towards the objective of the peace and the theme of the conference. I'm taking this opportunity to share my message with all of you of protecting the peace, equality, and the unity and the justice amongst us, and to participate in such more conferences, and especially to the students present here, and to continue the legacy of late Dr. Jagdish Gandhi. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your thoughtful contributions to this discussion on global governance. And we promise you that we at CMS will keep striving to fulfill the dream of our respected founder manager to bring peace to the world. And I hope, children, you will agree to this? Yes? That was a very feeble yes. How many of you would try to bring peace to this world and try to be a part of the world judiciary, take some important decisions? Yes? Because sir always propagated this idea. He believed in the power of the pen. So how many of you believe in the power of the pen? Yes? So do you agree? Yes, that we will strive for peace? Children in the balcony, do you agree? Thank you. Thank you very much. Now it's time to welcome Honorable Justice Dr. Francisco Buffa, Judge Supreme Court, Italy, to address the audience. Yes, children, you need to do something? Thank you.
Your Excellencies, Dr. Ms. Bharta Gandhi, Conference Chair Professor Geeta Gandhi Kingdom, distinguished delegates and colleagues, principals, teachers, and dear students of CMS, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start my speech expressing my sense of deep gratitude for the invitation to attend this 25th International Conference of Chief Justice of the World. I wish to congratulate with CMS with its General Secretary here present also for the perfect and really impressive organization of all activities, and to tell you that I'm very honored to be part of the community of judges that CMS created at a worldwide international level. This is not the first time I attend this conference. Almost 10 years ago, indeed, I had the pleasure to meet personally the founder of CMS, Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, and to be caught by his humanity and kindness. So please allow me to recall that at the time I was really impressed by Dr. Jagdish Gandhi for his history and experience and his far-sighted thoughts. I realized that only a man with exceptional qualities, accompanied by a woman always near him who shared his views, would have been able to run an innovative and important educational activity, started 65 years ago in a very humble way with 5 pupils in a small room of a house, as leading to that huge institution that CMS is nowadays, able to receive important international awards like the UNESCO Prize for Education and Peace, and able to educate more than 62,000 students per year. Now the man, the visionary, passed away, as is our common destiny, but his work and creation are well alive, well rooted in the history of this country. When I attended the conference 10 years ago, I had the chance to address directly the students in the plenary and invited them to follow the words by Nelson Mandela, who stressed that, quote, education is the most powerful weapon, end of quote. I invited those students to consistently make their duties with diligence and engagement, but not to forget to be just and not only clever. I repeat today my invitation to them and to all of you, dear students. Certainly, those students have now become doctors, teachers, lawyers, practitioners, engineers, judges. And in these 10 years that separates the two conferences I attended, the world is changed too. When I attended the conference in 2015, an European like I am believed that tornadoes were phenomena confined in the Caribbean zone, that terrorism was only a risk for the USA and some places in the Middle East, that climate change affected only the ecosystem of Amazonia, that air pollution was a problem of single metropolitan areas of Asia, that water was a problem only for some poor countries of the sub-Saharan zone of Africa, that health issues affected only some undeveloped, poor areas of the continent, and last but not least, the war was an experience of the past only for Europe. And the creation of Europe itself was the better life insurance for all the European citizens, as the Polish philosopher Zygmunt Bauman taught. In sum, all these issues, war, terrorism, pollution, hunger, diseases, were problems of some others, not related to the rich, old, good Europe. But then something happened and everything changed. Like an African writer told us, it was sufficient a small grain of sand to break and stop the engine. A virus born in China spread to Italy and then all over the world. And from that moment on, we were no more in separate countries, but a single community with no boundaries. Also, war started in Europe. And terrorism arrived in Europe as well. And living in France at that time, I experienced the fear of possible attacks in the streets, and the ordinary life was no more the same. This year, in Spain and in Italy, both countries were flooded, many towns were flooded by heavy rain fallen after years. The global warming started affecting our lives with unpredictable catastrophic events as well in some other places of the world. Finally, also my country experienced penury of water in some hours of the day. Therefore, problems are really global nowadays more than ever, and these impact our lives in an unprecedented way. Dr. Jagdish Gandhi foresaw it. Global problems require global intervention and global governance. In a legal system dominated by the principle of sovereignty of states, that is possible only by agreements between states, in particular multilateral agreements, and by the important activities of international organizations and NGOs too. The most important instrument is given by the United Nations Organization. We discussed in this conference about some things that are wrong with the structure, the enforcement of the decision of the UN. There are things that need to be fixed for sure, but I'm aware of that. But I would like to stress here the strong engagement of the UN personnel in the fulfillment of their obligations, notably in the field where living and working conditions are very difficult. I also would like to highlight the importance of the activities performed by the UN programs and funds all over the world. The solely are often able to offer effective aid to population. I'm just thinking also to peacekeeping, to peace-building activities, not to say for the peace enforcement and also even state building. And we can think also to the protections of refugees and civilians in areas afflicted by war. In this context, the judiciary plays an important role. global governance is not only a business for diplomats, it is effective application of the rules and protection of rights. Three are the main areas of intervention of the judges. To ensure the respect of the rule of law. Second, to check and control other power, especially political, in a system of check and balance. Third, the direct protection of fundamental rights, even beyond national rules, so interpreting and applying international principles and covenants. By convening the Conference of Chief Justices of the World, Dr. Jagdish Gandhi was perfectly aware, already 25 years ago, of the preeminent role of the judiciary in the global governance. And we are grateful to him for that. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. You emphasized on how the local and the regional problems of the past related to environment or related to pollution or related to terrorism, how these problems have become global problems now. And therefore, there is an urgent need of global governance to address these problems. Thank you for your address, and we appreciate your willingness to share your knowledge and insights with us. And I thank all the dear panelists, our esteemed panelists who are on stage, for being a part of this conference, a movement that was started by our late founder manager, Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, sir, for nurturing and preparing global citizens. With this, we come to the end of this enriching session. I would like to thank our esteemed panelists once again for contributing to this conference. This conference is just an endeavor to remind us all to work together to build a more just, equitable, and sustainable world for all. Thank you, and Jai Jagat. It's time to take a 15-minute tea break, and before we move towards yet another enriching session. Let us thank our panelists, dear students, by giving them a warm round of applause. Thank you. Balcony children, louder. Yes, thank you all. Thank you very much. We can have the curtains closed once our panelists have got down so that the stage can be set for the next session. Thank you. A 10-minute tea break, and thereafter we begin with our next session.
Yes, sir. I was testing the volume. Actually, echo should not be interrupt your speech. That is why it is a period testing session. Sir, we will.
I can't understand. I'm sorry. I can hear you, but I cannot understand you. Can you come? Lip read.
हेलो, उनकी आवाज़ नहीं आई यहाँ पे। Hello, hello, Dr. Vincent. Good evening, sir. This is a training session. Can you hear me properly, sir? Hello, can you hear me properly, sir? Hello. We can't hear you, sir. Are you? We can't hear.
Because you're speaking too fast.
Sir, my voice is clear to you?
Yes, I can hear you now. It's
Fine,
clear
sir.
to me. Yes.
Okay, sir. This was a just testing session.
Okay, fine. Just asking. Great. I seem to be, everything seems to be okay. I think the screen is okay, at least what's coming back to me from my own study at home. Seems
Okay,
clear.
I will make you co-host, sir. Then you can share your screen.
Yes, in order to share, I have a PowerPoint presentation. So what I will do later on, I'll click share, right? But you will have, of course, to
You are co-host now, sir. You are co-host.
enable it.
Yeah, you are co-host. Now you can share your presentation.
Okay, so just this. So I'll go to my, okay, let me see where the blah blah blah. Oh, here it is. Let me just check. Okay, it's that I will be using, but of course,
Yes. Now we
intermittently.
Yeah, you are on
So
screen now.
I have to decide when to change from one screen to the other. I'm not quite sure how I do that.
Sir, when you will stop the screen sharing, you will come to your own camera.
What do I, so at the moment you are not seeing the, are you seeing the screen, the PowerPoint?
Yeah, I can see you, sir. I can see your screen.
In order not to share it, in order not to show it on the big screen in the hall, what must I do?
You want to see the size of our screen? One second, sir. We are just arranging. Sir,
I
you need to
request all
stop.
the students to please settle down because
Sir,
very soon we are
procession
going
is
to
started.
begin
I
with
will-
our next session. All the children who are there standing in the
We'll
auditorium are
continue.
requested to please settle down quickly.
Can we continue talking or will we be
no, sir.
disturbing the session?
Sir, we will inform you before your session will start. 4:30 p.m. after half an hour.
After half an hour, yes. Okay, so we can continue talking. Is that correct?
Sir, we will start I'm marking this side. We will start at 4:30 your address.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah. Is
I'll be here.
everything okay your side, sir? At your end?
Yes, I can see. I hope that I can eventually bring up the screen, the PowerPoint
Okay,
presentation. Not
okay.
quite sure about that, but I'll try.
Absolutely fine.
Okay, thank you.
The children who are there in the auditorium at the back, you're requested to kindly take your seats quickly so that we can begin with the session. Our panelists are waiting, please. Teacher in charges, kindly help in settling the children. I request the teachers of Kanpur Road campus to please help in settling the children quickly. And there shouldn't be any chairs left empty in the front. So I can see a few chairs over here. Ma'am, these chairs are empty this side. If those could be occupied, please. In the meantime, the children are settling. I'll just like to inform you that we have one session offline, as you can see on the stage. Already the stage is set for this session. And the second session will be online through a video conference. So you all have to be attentive because it's going to be an interactive session in which you can ask questions and questions will be asked from you. So therefore, I request the children who are still standing in the auditorium to please quickly settle down because our panelists have been waiting for quite some time now. Good evening all. I once again welcome you all to yet another engaging and interactive session of this conference based on the theme Global Governance for the Future, which depends on our ability to work together, share knowledge, and build trust. The esteemed panelists for this session are Honorable Justice Dr. H.C. Adil Omar Sharif, First Deputy Chief Justice, Supreme Constitutional Court, Egypt. Honorable Sir would be sharing his thoughts on the subject, Courts, Society and Media, Transparency in Judicial Integrity and Independence. The second panelist for today's session would be Honorable Mr. Justice Vincent A.D. Gaetano, former Chief Justice Malta, former Judge and Section President of European Court of Human Rights. Sir will be connecting with us online and will address the audience on the subject, the rule of the law. Now, I take this opportunity to welcome on stage our esteemed guest, Honorable Justice Dr. H.C. Adil Omar Sharif, First Deputy Chief Justice, Supreme Constitutional Court, Egypt, to address the audience on the subject, Courts, Society and Media, and Transparency. So please put your hands together to welcome Honorable Justice Dr. Adil Omar Sharif for his address. This session will be moderated by Ms. Shadi Nicholas. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
That was a very feeble applause, dear audience. Yes? Once more, it can be louder than this. Thank you.
Hello, students. I see you've moved forward, but I still feel like you're so far away, doesn't it? So, as we did yesterday, we're changing a little bit the format of the talk for students, for some of the guests, because we thought it would be like a privilege for you to actually get to know a little bit more of how they've become these eminent personalities that get to be invited to this conference and get to do things that actually has such a huge impact in the world. So, our dear judge, Justice Adil Omar Sharif, has agreed to have this little interview. We still will touch, I think, now that you're being introduced, they mentioned that you were talking about the independence of the judiciary. So we can still talk a little bit about it in certain, we can introduce it in certain concepts as we go through the, this very short interview. But I'm gonna start, as I started yesterday, with how did you become a judge? This was the career path that you chose since you were more or less their age, or there was something else that you wanted to do as a career, or how did this happen for you? Because it's not always so clear the path that one takes and how we end up where we end up. So I think now that they're about to have to make these decisions for themselves, it'll be very interesting to hear from you.
Thank you, Shadi. Thank you for having me. Thank you for your time and effort to interview me. I haven't been interviewed for a while, so it's really going to be a great experience, especially with the students of CMS, those bright students that I really adore them, and the knowledge they have, the commitment, the discipline. So thank you all for taking part on this session. As Shadi clarified at the very outset of this session, I was supposed to talk about something else, that is courts, media, and a society. But I mean, we've just found out with the school that it would be much, much better for you to have this really friendly, open discussion on issues that really might attract you and affect your future career. As to your first question, how did I become a judge, or how I decided to be a judge? Well, I wouldn't say it was planned, but it was intended. Yeah, I belong to a judicial family. My father was a judge, and even my grandfather was a judge. And out of my uncles, and a lot of them are within the judicial business. Even one of my brothers and one of my sisters both are within the judicial service as well. So it's all, I mean, an environment and atmosphere. When you grow up within it, you just feel somehow you are part of the system and you're committed to do something like that. So I even recall when I was very, very little kid, like 3, 4 years old, at this stage, people would ask you, oh, baby, what would you like to be when you grow up? So the typical answer would be, I would love to be a football player, fireman, could be a police officer, something like that. And I was only the one who would say, oh, I'm going to be a judge. So people would laugh. They just say, why a judge? Simply because I grew up in an environment where I saw my father was a judge. I was very proud of him. And therefore, I was very much determined since I was young to be a judge. I had so many other opportunities to be something else. But because of my uprising, growing up circumstances, the family, people around me, I lived it and I felt it, and I wanted to be part of the judiciary, and I managed.
Wow, thank you for sharing that. It's very interesting to know that that's how, like, it's very rare also. Yeah. So interesting, no? The entire family that have dedicated their life to this purpose, and then, you know, from a young age had so much clarity, which I know that it's not so clear for all of you what you want to do in the future. For some of you probably have that conviction also, but it's very admirable when there is that. So apart from a judge, you're also a professor.
Yes.
And a consultant and many other things. But particularly as a professor, and I know you're a professor in multiple universities and different, as a guest lecturer sometimes. These students soon will be college students, most of them probably. So yesterday, Dr. Joshua Lincoln gave them the advice of not being fearful of failure, of like being brave to fail. No matter what, it was important to fail in life. The more you fail, the more you learn and grow. And Dr. Veselin Popovsky, the advice that he gave the students was to read as much as they can now, because then when you get busy with your career, it becomes difficult. So I wanted to know from you, as also a professor, what would be your advice at this specific age as a student? What do you think they should dedicate their time, or what do you think they should take away from this conversation?
Well, I mean, my own experience with academia might be a little bit different from anybody else, because I did not intend to be academic. I just really, But what happened when I graduated from the law school, I was at the top of my class that year. And so the university wanted to hire me to pursue a teaching career at the university. And they did, actually they did, but I resisted. I didn't want to be there because I wanted to be a judge. So I said, no, I'm not going to do that. So I managed to get into the judiciary at this stage, and I left the university. I didn't stay there for long. But being a judge does not mean that you stop learning and you stop really your academic studies. So while serving the judiciary, I was also still affiliated with the law school and the university and doing my studies, doing diplomas, PhDs, all these things happened throughout my judicial career at a very early stage, which made me somehow continually connected with the academia. I was part of it for a long period of time. And then, I mean, my main career was the judiciary. And at the same time, it started approaching me at the law school, oh, why don't you come and teach a course? Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? So on my free times, I would just really help the law school doing something. And also, this was not my own focus, because my own focus was my job as a judge. And later on, I had the opportunity to travel abroad and do some studies. And so I went to the United Kingdom. I spent some time at Essex University, and then I went to Montreal, Canada. I spent a couple of years actually teaching human rights law over there at McGill University as a visiting professor. And I also spent some time at the United States in different universities, being affiliated with them. Sometimes I would be just like a fellow, some other times as a teaching figure over there, teaching a course or help teaching a course. So I spent a lot of time within these different universities with the United States, which kept me connected with the academia all this time. So as I said, it was not really intended, but it came up just throughout my career. I would be given this opportunity, and I would evaluate them and see that they would fit, and they won't mind in my court to send me abroad for a while and come back with new experiences and new knowledge and new horizons to discover. So it went, throughout my career quite successfully, and I have very much enjoyed this experience. So what you asked me?
The advice for the students. As a professor, what advice would you give to the students?
Well, students today are not a student in my time. They are totally different from us. Because you guys have everything at your fingertip. Whatever information you need, whatever knowledge, researches, everything is available. At my time, it was nothing was available. You have to exert great efforts. You have to spend the night at the library, searching, open books, open work. You don't do that right now. I hardly hear that anybody goes to the library now. Everything is available. Well, you just really, you have your tab, your computer, or whatever. All these necessary information are available. So you are in a very advantageous situation comparing to what we have in our time. And our practice was just really, you have to read. Now you browse, which are somehow similar, but definitely you have to exert a lot of effort, as we did, like just rely always to update ourselves in reading and finding out what other, what are the developments in our field and how could you benefit from them or build upon them. So I've seen that the students here are very much committed, and what I like on them is the discipline, and just really they are, maybe I've never been like them because I've always been really in a relaxing environment. So I really very much appreciate their way and the way the teaching is conducted here in this school. And I'm sure with this commitment and their willingness to learn and develop their knowledge, they will be extremely successful.
He was complimenting you. That was definitely a compliment to your dedication and discipline. So their education is very much based also, like puts ethics very much at the center of everything the school does. And then reading your biography, I saw that you're a member of the Judicial Integrity Group that created the Bangalore Principles of the judicial conduct. And I'm going to read them because I cannot remember them, but there is these 6 principles: independence, impartiality, integrity, propriety, equality, competence, and diligence.
Yeah.
And I wanted to ask you, like, how are these relevant to the figure of a judge?
Well, this is the core of the judicial function. They are the core of the judicial function. And all these principles have to be established and observed by different judges wherever they exist in this world. Unless they are committed to such principles, they won't be independent and they won't be able to perform their job, and they won't be able to be accepted within their own societies. So I'm very proud myself of my experience with the Judicial Integrity Group, who has developed these principles. And the story about it is just really very interesting. It started back in late 90s when, at that time in different parts of the world, there was a really a lot of criticism against judicial circles. Let's say you would really label them as a corrupt judiciary. There was a lot of misconduct within some of them. So a group of senior judges from different parts of the world, not really different parts at the beginning, they were really mostly common law tradition judges from the India, Philippines, I think Sri Lanka, and from Africa there was Tanzania and Nigeria. There was a bunch of them from different countries who got together here in Bangalore in India and starting really drafting the first, they had the first draft at that time of what is called the Code of Judicial Conduct, the Bangalore Code of Judicial Conduct. And then I was not part of the group at this stage. Once they had drafted this, they sent it to courts all around the world, including my court, and invited us to a meeting at The Hague the following year. And this meeting took place as the International Court of Justice at The Hague. To really, and what they had in mind at the time, they thought that the draft is mainly drafted by common law judges. Now they wanted to add other elements like civil law judges like us and judges from different legal traditions, Islamic tradition, socialist tradition, whatever tradition, in order to be comprehensive and representative of all other legal traditions. So we had a very successful meeting at The Hague. and worked in a new draft that came afterward, known today as the Bangalore Code of Judicial Conduct. And at that meeting, the group suggested that the Chief Justice of Egypt would be a member of the group. And he was a very nice and kind man. He said, well, I don't have time for that, but this judge is like my son, and he's so competent, so he would be the one. So they accepted me. So I was the youngest among them, and I joined the group since then. And actually, through my membership of the group, that's where I found my way to India, to this conference. Oh, really? Yeah, because I had actually two members of the group. One of them was the late Chief Justice Bhagawati of India, who was a member of who was the chair of the group at the time, and also Judge Varamantri from Sri Lanka. He was the vice president of the International Court of Justice. Both of them talked to me and said, we have a very interesting conference that is taking place in India about it. So conveyed the invitation, and then I had my friend here, Sandeep, who searched me on the internet at the time. I don't know how he reached me, and he reached me finally, and they all invited me to come to India, and I came the first time, I don't remember, maybe 2004, 2006, I can't remember. But since then, I've been coming every year. I cannot resist it.
Thank you so much for sharing this story. I mean, how it was tied to, after all, you coming to the conference. You know, we started talking about the Bangalore principles, and then it tied together of how you ended up coming to
everything
the
is linked.
Yes, definitely. Very, I love learning this. Since I've known you, every time I see you, we always have one thing that we exchange about is about faith, even if it's like for a sentence or two. Yeah. And we also the advisor for the Interfaith Conference that the CMS organizes every year. Yeah. So I know that faith plays a very important role in your life. And I wanted to ask you, how do you think that faith has played a role in your life as a professional, as a judge in particular?
Well, I've grown up in a religious environment myself, just really, because my country, Egypt, is religious by nature. I mean, we had the vast majority of our citizens who are Muslims, more than 90%, and the minority are the Christian, they are about 10%, let's say. Both sectors, Muslim and Christian, are religious. So so we observe our religious teaching, and so for us, all of us, religion is so important. Yeah, it's part of our life. It's part of our identity. Up till now, I have to pray every day. I have to observe my religious duties because we believe that religion leads you to the right path in your life. You do the right things and you refrain from doing the awful things, and then you'll be a good person. Unless you are a good person, especially if you are a judge, you won't be able to help your society and your people. And even I remember a very nice story about this interfaith conference here. How did it come to happen? I remember when I first came into this Chief Justice conference at the beginning, after maybe second or third year, I met with Dr. Gandhi, and I told him, frankly, that the agenda or the program for the Judicial Conference should witness some changes. We have to improve it to include other topics within the agenda, because I've been here for maybe twice or three times. The topics are similar. Really, we have to renew it and develop it in a better way based on this umbrella of human dignity and peaceful cohabitation or whatever, but we have to introduce new topics. I said, good, why don't you help me? So why don't you suggest some topics? So he put me in a corner. So I spent the whole night here, like now, drafting a few lines for him. So I came up with some new topics that we have to discuss in future conferences. So one of them was judges, environmental protection, and climate change, advanced technology and the judiciary, sort of these things. And the last one was interface dialogue. When he saw this interface theme, he got really very interested. He was so happy to see it. He said, this one. I said, wow, this one. How are you going to do this one? I said, that's good. So we're going to do them all. No, he said, no. We can really accommodate all these topics within the International Chief Justice Conference. But as to the interface dialogue, we are going to have a separate conference for that. And here started the journey with the Interface Dialogue Conference.
Now, before we move on into the next
we have
guest, let's take some questions from the students really quickly. Yes. Okay, I see hands already. These three ladies here, come up. And I don't know if there is another mic.
Greetings, sir. What particularly challenges ethical dilemmas you have faced as a judge and how you address them, and what advice would you give us from those cases?
Sir. So what have been the most rewarding aspect of your work as a judge over the years?
Greetings, sir. So can you tell any mentorship or guidance you have received throughout your career and how it helped you to grow as a judge?
The last question was, can you quickly repeat?
The last question.
Yeah, just tell me.
Can you discuss any mentorship or guidance you've received throughout your career and how it helped you to grow as a judge?
Mentorship.
Well, these are three interesting and brilliant questions, I would say, and answering them would take ages. But I'll try to be brief because I'm very much committed to go now to the lounge for the drafting committee meeting. So advice about challenging cases. Well, I mean, when you sit as a Supreme Court, all cases you're facing are challenging cases. Yeah, definitely, because whatever decision you're going to reach and whatever issue brought before you is challenging by its very nature. It would affect the whole society, simply because the decision you are taking is not affecting only those groups who have filed the case, rather it would affect the whole community. Our decision have what is called erga omna, or an effect that extended to all similar cases and under whatever circumstances. So when especially when you deal with constitutional issues and whether certain action of government or the legislature are in accordance with the Constitution or not, you are under pressure really to do this evaluation and trying to find out whether the act of government is constitutional or not. The act of the legislature, the parliament, the law that has been passed with the majority vote of the members of the parliament, sometimes you find it unconstitutional and they have to strike it down. So you could imagine how challenging these things are and what pressure you are under in order to really come up with justification for your decision. Because when you reach this conclusion that certain piece of legislation is unconstitutional, it's not a hearsay. You can't just say, no, it's not unconstitutional. You have to give valid reasoning. And this is a tough job. And this is what makes a court really a powerful institution, that any decision the court reaches has its solid justification and therefore would always put the court under pressure. As to the how rewarding to be a parent is very rewarding, to be honest. It's really like you feel that you are serving your society, your own people, your country. This is, especially when you sit at a higher court or a Supreme Court, you feel like you have a role to play in shaping up policies around you. You are contributing to the well-being of your people. You are doing something good that everybody would enjoy it. So in that sense, so long as people are satisfied and happy, I'm happy. Usually, this is my real reward. I'm not seeking any other reward in my personally. I don't seek fame, I don't seek money, I don't seek anything. I just, my real reward is to see people satisfied and happy and believe in justice and believe in the impartiality and independence of their court system. And the last question, mentorship and guidance. I've been so lucky. I've been so lucky myself, since I commenced my career in different stages of my life, that I've been really taken care of by really exceptional figures that I have been fortunate to work with. And all of them, without single exception, have given me this guidance, showing me how to be a judge, how to act and how to react, and how to write your decision, how to build up your reasoning, how to deal with complex situations. So I can't, there's a number of them. I can't really mention their names because it means nothing for you. But the most important part that those figures have helped me a lot in shaping up my future and my career. And they have had their influence on me, on personality, on my performance. And I bet each one of you, whenever he's gonna pursue a career, whether in the judiciary, private practice, and any other thing, you would need such mentors to guide you, because this is a new area for you, and you cannot go through unless somebody has taken your hand and helped you out. Thank you.
Thank Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
We don't want to take more of your time. I know you have to go start the resolution.
Justice Sheriff, your friend, Justice Vincent wants to greet you.
He's right behind us.
My great friend, how are you? He's muted.
Yeah, he's muted.
Why don't you open it up? You are muted. No, open up.
Justice Vincent, yeah.
Hello. Hello.
Hi, how are you, my friend? Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
I wish you were here physically with us.
So would I.
Yeah, but hopefully next year. Oh no.
I hope so.
Yeah, and perhaps there are going to be other opportunity and occasion for us to meet throughout the year.
Excellent.
Inshallah.
It's so nice to see you,
Thank
Omar.
you. I wish you all the best, and we'll be in touch. I'll email you, okay?
Will do.
Thank you. All the best.
Well, there you go. You've seen a personal conversation between two judges now. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Justice Adil Omar Sharif, First Deputy Chief Justice, Supreme Constitutional Court of Egypt, for your insightful address on the importance of transparency, institutional integrity, and independence in promoting good governance and accountability. And a big thank you to you for working hand in hand with City Montessori School towards building a more just and accountable world. You appreciated our students for their willingness to learn, and I think that resonated well with our learners. Yes, dear students, you were appreciated, so can you give thank you to sir for that? Your insightful conversation about the Code of Judicial Conduct helped us understand the judicial conduct better, and it was a delight to hear from you how you became a part of this Conference of Chief Justices of the World. And thank you to Shadi Nicholas for being such an effective moderator and helping in establishing a connect between the audience and the speaker. Thank you all. Now it's time to connect with Honorable Justice Vincent A.D. Gaetano, former Chief Justice Malta, former Judge and Section President of European Court of Human Rights. Honorable Sir will be connecting with us online, and you all can see Sir is already there, and will be talking to us about the rule of law. Over to Honorable Sir for his address.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sethi. I appreciate that it is rather late in the day for most of you, most students, and I'm sure that all the students sitting there in the hall are rearing to go and enjoy what's left of this part of the weekend, Saturday. So I shall try and be brief in my presentation. The rule of law. To begin with the rule of law, I would need two volunteers. So if Ms. Sethi could, first of all, find me two students, possibly a boy and a girl, to whom I could put two very simple questions. Is that possible, Mrs. Sethi? Two volunteers. I need two volunteers.
Yes? One boy? Yes, anybody?
Well, there's no need there's no need to insist too much on gender balance. I mean, if you get two boys or two girls, it really doesn't matter. But I need someone, or rather two students, to whom I can put two questions to start off the presentation. Ah, good, two volunteers. Now, can I start with the girl? Your name?
Ayman Zaidi, Jadga sir.
Good. Can I ask you a very simple question?
Yes, sir.
If I had to ask you, what is the rule of law? What would you reply?
The rule of law.
Yeah.
Recording in progress.
So for me, the rule of law is providing justice to everyone who needs it and making sure no one innocent gets behind the bars. And everyone and everyone who deserves to be behind the bars gets their punishment required.
Okay, thank you very much. You're very close to the concept of the rule of law. And could I ask now your colleague, the other student?
Jagat sir,
If I were to ask you point blank, what is human dignity?
Human dignity is like maintaining your respect, like maintaining your esteem, like upholding your values actually. The values that we are taught from childhood, probably our mothers, our forefathers, that they teach us. Maintaining those values and really striving for them, really working for them and establishing it, probably that is human dignity.
Again, you are very, well, almost spot on. But now what I'm going to do is try and put these two concepts, rule of law and human dignity, within the context of a legal framework, okay? So thank you very much, both of you. You can take your place again. So that wasn't painful at all, was it?
No, sir.
Okay, good. You can take your place, but before I start, may I say how happy I am to address you, and how happy I am that I have been invited. Like Judge Omar Sharif, I think I attended my first conference at Lucknow in 2004, and of course this is the first time that I am attending, albeit through a video conference, without the presence of Dr. Jagdish Gandhi. His absence is of course difficult to fill in, but your presence here and the way that the administration of City Montessori School is continuing his work reminds us that death, human death, is not the end of the road. Your presence here and my presence here as well is a tribute to the work he started and which is still being carried on by the persons who I'm going to mention. There's lots of other persons, of course, but these persons I would like to thank in particular for carrying on the work. Dr. Bharti Gandhi, Professor Geeta Gandhi Kingdon, Professor Sandeep Srivastava, Mr. Ratan Gupta, who I saw earlier on among the audience in the front, in one of the front benches. I don't know whether he's left now, and many, many, many others for carrying on the work. What is the rule of law? The rule of law, like the concept of human dignity, is fundamental for, as the student said, fundamental for the concept of justice. For the rule of law is vital, I would say. However, the expression rule of law, like the words, for instance, democracy, socialism, republic, can mean many things to many people, depending on who uses those words and where and in what context. I grew up in the 1960s. I was born in 1952, just to give you my age. And grew up in the 60s, the 70s, and in the 80s in a Europe which was divided by the so-called Iron Curtain. And I still recall my total surprise when, during a geography lesson at school, I discovered that East Germany, from where people tried to escape, very often risking even being shot, to get to West Germany, so East Germany was actually called the German Democratic Republic, whereas West Germany, which was so attractive to the East Germans, made no mention of its democratic credentials. It called itself the Federal Republic of Germany. So somehow, a federal republic seemed more attractive than a democratic one. And indeed, as I said, hundreds of Germans were risking their lives, and hundreds were actually killed, daily crossing from the eastern part of Germany to the western part. Well, how could that be? The truth, of course, is that words in themselves can mean something, but they can also mean nothing. Some of the most totalitarian countries where fundamental human rights are ignored have the most democratic sounding names. Now, the same applies in a sense to the notion of the rule of law. It can mean something, or it can be just a slogan bandied about to give the appearance of legitimacy to a state or to state organs. So the first problem is to not so much to define, but to understand what is meant, at least in contemporary times, by the rule of law. Now, the rule of law in contemporary legal science can be considered as a set of principles and doctrines, or perhaps even a set of checklists intended to curb arbitrariness in government. First and foremost, the arbitrariness of the state and its agents. By agents, I do not mean, of course, secret agents like James Bond 007 or anything like that, but its functionaries, okay? And the rule of law places the human being at the center of the political and legal discourse. And now I'm trying to show you, I'm going to share, hopefully, my first slide with you. Let me see if I can do that. Okay. Can someone, perhaps the compare, tell me whether the slide is appearing somewhere on your screen, please? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes. It is appearing on
Is the
screen,
slide
sir.
appearing?
It's clear, sir.
It's clear. Okay. I'm being told that it is clear. So, if I go to the second one, there it is. In contemporary legal science, it is a set of principles and doctrines, a sort of checklist to curb the arbitrariness of the state. And the idea is to put the human being at the center of the political or legal discourse. Underpinning the rule of law is the overarching concept of human dignity. But please do not confuse, as I will explain later on, the word human with the legal definition of a person. What are these checklists? Let's take checklist 1, legality. Is the law of the land defined properly and effectively? Does the law of the land define properly and effectively the power of the state? Or is the state omnipotent and no one can stand up to it? Does the law of the land provide for judicial review of acts by state authorities? Nowadays, in modern legal science, in every modern democracy, judicial review of administrative action or administrative inaction, sometimes as well, is vital for the proper functioning of a democratic state. Does the law of the land provide that everyone is subject to the law? Everyone. I don't know how many of you, probably none of you, is familiar with a very, very famous judgment by an equally famous English law lord, Lord Denning, who in the 1960s had to decide a case between an individual by the name of Mr. Gourier and the Post Office Workers' Union in the United Kingdom. The Post Office Workers' Union had given a union directive to its members not to handle post coming or going to what is today Zimbabwe, but in those days was called Rhodesia. And this for a valid reason, because Rhodesia at the time was in the grip of a system of law called apartheid, where blacks and whites were completely separated. Power was entirely in the hands of white people. The blacks were second-class people. And so there was a movement all over Europe to try and get Rhodesia, as it then was called, back on the democratic tracks. But by doing so, by preventing the passage or the handling of mail from the United Kingdom to Rhodesia and back, the Post Office Union was breaching the Post Office Act at the time, which said that such interference was a criminal offence. So Mr. Gourier asked the Attorney General of England at the time, of England and Wales, to initiate and to ask the courts for an injunction against the Post Office Union to stop them from interfering with postage. And the Attorney General at the time refused to do that. And Lord Denning, finding for Mr. Gourier, used this expression in respect of the then Attorney General of England and Wales. He told him in the judgment, "Be you ever so high, the law is above you." That means that everyone is subject to the law, whatever the position one has in a state, in the running of the government. Remember that when we speak of government ministers, a term which comes from English law, ministers of the crown, as we used to call them in colonial times, a minister, what does a minister mean? Minister comes from the Latin verb ministrare, and ministrare means to serve. Ministers are there to serve the people and not the other way around. Ministers are there to serve the people, not their own interests at the time of being ministers or perhaps for the future. This goes, as you can see, also in the direction of combating corruption in government. Another checklist. Are the laws accessible, especially laws creating criminal offenses? Are court decisions interpreting the law accessible? Why should court decisions interpreting the law be accessible? Court decisions give reasons for the judgments. It is in the reasoning of the judgment that one sees the working of a democratic process. In other words, the judgment does not find for this or that party to the litigation, or does not find the accused in criminal proceedings guilty or not guilty simply on a whim. There must be a reasoning. That's why also cases are held in public. Well, with the rare exceptions of trials which have to be conducted in private for security reasons, for instance. But the rule is that all cases, court cases, are held in public. Are the laws drafted in such a way that the effect of those laws is foreseeable? Clarity in the law is important. Because if one does something believing that the consequences of doing something by the person, that person may end up in deep trouble, unwittingly end up in deep trouble. Another checklist. Are there effective safeguards against arbitrariness and abuse of power by public authorities? This is another vital checklist on what is the essence of the rule of law. Notice that these checklists do not, this is not a definition. I'm not giving either a substantive definition nor an essential definition. These are simply to give you an idea of what is comprised in the rule of law. When I was a student, way back in the early 1970s, our professor of constitutional law used to say, with a big grin on his face, that the rule of law is neither a rule nor a law. And of course, we students would then ask and scratch our heads and ask, well, what the hell is it then? But because it's not possible to define exhaustively the rule of law. Another checklist, does legislation respect the principle of equality? And this is where we see, although even in other areas of the rule of law, human dignity coming in. There are certain basic traits in every person, there are certain basic values in every person which must be respected. Human dignity is at the very basis not only of fundamental human rights, but even of ordinary rights which are not termed fundamental human rights. Again, another checklist. Are there sufficient constitutional guarantees of judicial independence? Judge Omar Sharif has mentioned the Bangalore Principles on Judicial Conduct, an excellent document. When I became Chief Justice, when in Malta we had a serious crisis with the judiciary. Why? Because the previous incumbent, in other words, the previous Chief Justice and another judge, had just been arraigned in court, in the courts in Malta, charged with bribery, something which was unthinkable at the time that any Maltese judge or magistrate, for that matter, would ever be capable of doing. Both were actually, well, one of them pleaded guilty, the judge, the Chief Justice contested the case, and so on and so forth, but he was found guilty as well, and both served time. So judicial independence is crucial for the rule of law, because otherwise, if the judges do simply what the government wants them to do, or say simply what the government wants them to decide, there is no rule of law. You see this checklist. So, the final checklist, are there practical and effective? Now notice the emphasis on the words practical and effective, not only in theory, but the measures must be practical and effective to prevent the undermining of the rule of law by, among other things, corruption at the level of the public administration. When we speak of corruption at the level of public administration, we mean corruption by public officers, in effect. Okay? So, one may give, and this is the bottom line on the rule of law. This is my own, the way I like to explain the rule of law. One may give as many functional, non-exhaustive definitions of the rule of law as one may wish. There are many. But ultimately, what is really crucial for the rule of law to be effective is the genuine predisposition, the attitude of those in any position of power, whether in the whether in the judiciary, in the legislature, in the executive, especially in the executive, in any position of power, to give practical effect to the functional aspects of any such definition. In other words, to go beyond mere political posturing and beyond paying lip service to the precepts of the rule of law. This is unfortunately what often happens in many states, my own state included, no exception. I'm not referring to India or to Pakistan or to any other part of the world. Most states, notwithstanding that they have, some states have strong democratic credentials, the temptation for politicians to simply pay lip service to the rule of law, sometimes the temptation is overwhelming. Now, where does human dignity come in all this? Human dignity, to my mind, is the most fundamental of ethical principles that must permeate every area of private and public discourse. The German philosopher Immanuel Kant said, "Every person exists as an end in itself, and not simply as a means that one can control and use." So here you have human dignity, which is central to any understanding of the rule of law. Earlier today, I made a word check of the Indian Constitution, and the word dignity, not human dignity, is used, I hope I had the right version of the Indian Constitution when I checked it online, is used 3 times, dignity. Once in the preamble, and once in respect of education of children, and once in respect of protection of women. Okay? But there are other documents, as I will show you, which put international, not international documents and even national documents, which put human dignity at the very beginning of everything. Human dignity is not, by the way, to be equated with the person, especially, in other words, with the legal definition of a person as being someone born alive and viable. That is the Roman law definition of a person. Because human dignity transcends both ends of the life cycle. Birth on the one hand and death on the other. That is why, in fact, we have laws prohibiting, for instance, the violation of corpses. A corpse is not a person. There is no electricity in the person. But would we say that that corpse can be treated in an indignified way? Of course not. On the other hand, the unborn child, is the unborn child just a blob of protoplasm, as some people would like us to believe? Of course not. There is something, there is humanity in the unborn child, and that child, the unborn child, must also be protected. So you see that human dignity transcends this spectrum from one end of the life cycle to the other. And if we look at, for instance, the German law, actually it's the constitution to a certain extent, it's called the Basic Law of Germany. Article 1 or subarticle 1 of Article 1 of the German Basic Law says, human dignity shall be inviolable. To respect and protect it shall be the duty of all state authority. All state authority. It can be legislative, judicial, administrative, legislative, all state authority. The same Article 1 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union, which of course this is an international instrument, not a national instrument. Human dignity is inviolable. It must be respected and protected. human dignity is not relative to any stage of development. It's not relative to status. It's not relative to physical or intellectual performance. Everyone, even the most despicable person, has fundamental rights deriving from one's own humanity, an intrinsic dignity that does not depend on extrinsic factors. And that is why human dignity is so important for the concept of the rule of law, because the person that must be put at the center of the rule of law must be the person endowed with human dignity, a human dignity that cannot be taken away by anyone. Even if the person himself or herself behaves in an indignified way, commits some heinous crime, you will understand, you will probably assume, and you will be assuming correctly, that I am very much against the death penalty, for instance, which I believe is still in force in many countries, including, if I'm not mistaken, in India. But I still believe, by the way, the death penalty has been abolished in all of Europe, with the exception of Belarus, which is one of the reasons, one of the many reasons why Belarus cannot join the Council of Europe, because it still has the death penalty. Okay? So these are fundamental concepts which I hope I have tried to explain in this short time allocated to me. Now I want to leave some time for questions. So the first thing I'm trying desperately to do is to see how I can stop sharing this screen with you. Let me see. So if I go, let's see there. Okay, stop sharing. Yeah, so there we are. Well, thank you very much indeed. Now I would be very happy to field any questions, difficult or not so difficult. I hope they won't be very difficult, from you, from the students. Thank you very much indeed.
Any questions, dear audience? Yes, please. Yes, come children.
Could I see also the audience or the persons speaking who are putting the questions, if that can be arranged by the directors of the cameras?
Greetings, sir. So my question is that what measures has the judiciary taken to ensure people are educated about their legal rights and responsibilities, and how can a judiciary encourage youth participation?
Could you repeat the question slowly, because I heard your question but I couldn't follow, and speak slowly please, because of the time difference until the words reach from Lucknow to Malta.
Yes, sir. Sir, so the question was measures that judiciary has taken to ensure young people are educated about their legal rights and responsibilities.
Thank you. Well, when you mean the judiciary, I assume that you are referring to the two judiciaries with which I am familiar, the Maltese judiciary and the judiciary at the European Court of Human Rights. Well, both judiciaries actually have what are called outreach programs. These are programs intended to instill in students, especially in school children, what is the concept of human dignity, what are the concepts of fundamental human rights, what is the true function and the proper function of a court of justice. Some people still call it a court of law. No, it's a court of justice, because it's justice that is dispensed, as the student at the beginning who put the first question underlined, it's justice that is being dispensed. A court which applies a law unjustly or which applies a law which is of itself unjust is acting outside the remit of the rule of law. There was one famous bishop, saint, Saint Augustine, who lived in North Africa in the years, I think, 200, in the years 200 AD, who said, "I do not see a law to be law unless it is just." He said it in Latin, of course, which I won't repeat to you, but this is the concept. And what is done both by the European Court of Human Rights and by the judiciary in Malta is this outreach, especially to school children. Now, I have replicated that outreach in the place where I now work, at the Ombudsman's office, where I work as Commissioner for Education. And every year we initiate a series of talks. We either go there, if the number of students is quite large, we go to the schools, or if the school brings a relatively small cohort to our office, we hold the lectures at the Ombudsman's office in my country, in the capital, Valletta. And the idea is, again, to try and instill to them the sense of what we mean by justice, by rule of law, by fundamental human rights, by correctness in public administration, because the Ombudsman is basically concerned with acts of maladministration by the government. I believe you have a system of ombudsman also in India, but it's called something else, which right now I can't remember. So this is what we try to do. And the European Court of Human Rights, of course, in its outreach program, tries to explain as much as possible how the court protects at an international level fundamental human rights. It's always a question of outreach to young people. Yes. Are there any other questions?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. We have one more question.
Sure.
Yeah.
Fire away.
Sir, as we might probably observe, like whenever there is a sense of like power or authority, probably like a government, so often there is a tendency that the minority or the people who are probably not in power, in that power dynamic, there is generally a sense to neglect them, the minority. So how does actually judiciary in its truest essence like maintain that like sense of all like equality, and probably also like address their problems? Like how does the judiciary do it?
It depends on what the problem is. As you rightly pointed out.
Sorry, sir.
Yes.
I'd like to add. How
Yes.
does it like how does judiciary actually help to maintain their dignity, the dignity of minority, human dignity? Yeah.
Well, okay. It depends. It depends on the case in question. Now, every case can be brought to a court either by an individual in his own name, or by someone, let's say an NGO, on behalf of a number of persons. If the issue, for instance, both in Strasbourg and in Malta, if the issue is, for instance, how are migrants treated in a country? In Malta, like in many European countries, we have lots of people coming to Malta, either legally or illegally. Those who come to Malta illegally are detained for a limited period of time, and then until their claim for asylum is handled, they are given permission to remain in Malta, and sometimes even, not sometimes, and even to work. Then there is that cohort of people, many, I can tell you, many coming even from India. We have a marvelous number of people coming from the state of Kerala, or Kerala, I'm not quite sure how it's pronounced, and also from Nepal, to work legally, perfectly legally, in Malta. But they are not citizens, of course. So sometimes they find that certain things are not available to them, or not available to them with the same readiness, with the same, forthcoming attitude by the government as they are to Maltese citizens. Now there you have a clear example of improper discrimination. And if the discrimination is improper, and I distinguish between proper and improper discrimination, because you can discriminate in certain things. If someone is a good student who deserves 100 marks out of 100, well, he gets 100 marks out of 100. Another student who deserves only 60 gets 60, and another who deserves, I don't know, barely a pass mark will get barely a pass mark. But where the discrimination is improper, as in this case, where, for instance, because one is, let's say, from India, the clerk at the particular office, government office, drags his feet or her feet in providing an answer and so on and so forth, then there are two measures that can be resorted to redress this injustice. This maladministration, this improper, or rather, it's not a rule of law, this misrule of law. One is having recourse to the Ombudsman's office, and the second one is going to the courts by either requesting judicial review of the administrative act or absence of act, or else the final ultimate remedy is to file a constitutional redress application. Why constitutional redress application? Because when one claims that one's fundamental human rights have been breached, and improper discrimination based on nationality, on anything actually, if it's improper discrimination, it's improper, is a violation of fundamental human rights, one goes to the constitutional jurisdictions. In other words, one can seek constitutional redress. So that is the way it is done in Malta. Now, that has been replicated with different modalities in most countries of the Council of Europe. And I have to say that even in your country, India has a very good, at least at the level of the Supreme Court of India, has a very strong history of finding breaches of fundamental human rights, and the Constitutional Court of India is very active in protecting fundamental human rights. I hope that answer satisfies you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, children. Thank you, respected sir, for reminding us once again that the rule of law is not just a concept, but a call to action. This was a reminder that we need to work together to promote justice, equality, and human rights in our communities and around the world. As we conclude, let us commit to uphold the rule of law in our daily lives and to promote a culture of justice, equality, and respect for human rights. With this, we come to the end of today's enriching sessions. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our distinguished guests, panelists, moderators, and esteemed participants for their contributions. Today's sessions have highlighted the need for collective action and cooperation to address the challenges facing global governance. We appreciate the engagement and contributions of all. And as we conclude, let us remember the visionary leader who dreamt of uniting this world for securing the future of the children, late Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, sir, the man who laid down the foundation of this conference. It was and will always be respected sir's passion and conviction the driving force of this conference, which is just not an event, but a movement whose impact will be felt for years to come, as the ideas, insights, and connections made here contribute, and continue to inspire and motivate us to work towards a more peaceful and just world. Thank you, and Jai Jagat. Have a great evening ahead.
Recordings.